Sam, are you reporting today from the attorney's office?
No, Jeff will just be at the end of your reporting. So.
Okay.
He's on his way.
I don't know where Paul Monroe is. Does Paul know about this today?
Should. I'm ready when you are, Commissioner.
All right, John says we're ready to go, so I think we're live streaming, and we welcome you this morning, this Monday, the 10th day of February, 2025. A little after 9 o'clock. We'll begin our meeting today. John Whitaker, our clerk, will offer an invocation, and following that, Lori Eichelberger will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Our Father in heaven, we are grateful to be gathered this morning. And in the context of a county commission, we pray that thou wilt guide the discussions that happen today. We pray that thou wilt bless our county. We are grateful for the place that we live, and we pray that thou wilt fill our mountains with snow and our reservoirs and our aquifers with water, if it be thy will. We pray that thou will bless those who live here, help us to be good citizens, help us to contribute to our communities, and please prosper our county in every way. We're thankful for the land in which we live. We're grateful for these United States and for thy hand of providence that has shined on it for these many years. We pray that thou will continue to sustain us, and we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, John and Lori. Appreciate that. Let's see. We need to approve our minutes of January 27th, 2025. Has everyone had a chance to look at those?
Yes.
Yes.
So I'll entertain a motion to approve them.
Make a motion to approve the minutes from our last meeting.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the January 27th, 2025 minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you.
I would move for approval of the claims for payment from January 27th, 2025 to February 9th, 2025.
Second that motion.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the claims. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and start with our departmental reports. Chad will be coming in a little later, so we'll I don't see Paul Monroe here. Do you want to text him and just remind him, John? I don't know. Let's go to the CJC. Wendy.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good morning. So I just want to show you, we just finished up our 2024 statistics and kind of the breakdown there. We had 244 new cases opened. We did 226 forensic interviews. 144 of those were females, 100 males, 62 medical exams, and we served 279 secondary victims. So that's like your parents, siblings, things like that. 133 of those cases were of sexual abuse, and 115 were physical abuse and or neglect. 15 were domestic or family violence. And then we had drug endangerment, child pornography, emotional or psychological violence, sex trafficking, and labor trafficking, and also for non-custodial kidnapping cases. We have the breakdown of the ages there. 50 of those victims were under the age of 7, 72 were age 7 to 12, and 122 were 13 to 18 years old. You can see the breakdown of offenders. A lot of people assume that perpetrators are strangers. That's not the case. It's often, as you can see, a parent or a step parent. It's somebody that the child knows. So far this year, we had 20 interviews. Oh, if you refer to this, that chart, we had 20 interviews in January, and we're up to 8 so far in February. And we've had a total of 6 medical exams already this year. With therapy, so I'm just telling you how many sessions that the CJC paid for in 2024, and that was 131 sessions. And so far this year, we've had 13. You can kind of see just the trajectory of everything. It just kind of goes up and down as far as how many interviews and medical exams. I did amend the data from last year. I was re-looking at some numbers, and there are some things that shouldn't have been in there for the interviews. Just some adults courtesy things that we did for our law enforcement partners. So actual interviews last year were in 2023 were 214. And so you can see that we are up this year at 226. Any questions about that so far? Okay, we are halfway through our fiscal year 25. We are under budget in both our state and VOCA funds that we have. And we're in the middle also of doing grant applications. They're due in the middle of March this year instead of May, as they were a couple of years ago. So with that, I'm going to be requesting very similar to what we had last year. The only exception I'm going to do is because I really parsed things down as far as therapy goes previously, because I was just trying to figure out where we were with just our primary victims, but we can include secondary victims with VOCA as well. So I'm going to expand that a little bit because we have plenty of room in that. Of course, that's as long as we still have federal grants, but we'll see how that goes. Other updates. So we are taking 12 members of our team to the International Symposium on Child Abuse in Huntsville, Alabama. So that includes our 4 CJC staff, one of our law enforcement victim advocates, 2 law enforcement detectives from the Sheriff's Office, 2 from Cedar PD, and 1 from Enoch PD, as well as our nurses. So we will all be going there, and our Friends Board is covering the conference registration, hotel, and flights for this conference. And then I'll be covering per diem and rental cars for the team from my state budget. So we're really excited. We think this is going to be a huge opportunity for us. And Huntsville, Alabama is where CJCs were born, basically, or child advocacy centers in general. And so we're really excited to be able to do this and hopefully elevate what we're doing here in Iron County further. Additionally, we have CJC Symposium coming up in May, and that is annual that our state CJC program puts on. And we're about to open up applications for our team members for that. And with that, they're having the directors come up a day early for some leadership training. And just that's something we've all been asking for as directors, to kind of get together and work with each other and learn from each other. But overall, things are going really well. Our new building is great. Commissioner Robinson, I would like to invite you to come and see it. And it's great. I heard that you and Tracy have a connection. Tracy Tabbitt at the state, so she called to tell me. I didn't know. I knew your new commissioner. So we'd love to show you around and show you more about what we do at our Children's Justice Center. And we are in the middle of putting a wall up between us and the park just to kind of keep security and all of those things good. We often have kids that kind of wander up from the park, which is fine, but also a liability, and we don't want just people kind of wandering around up there. So we had a group there, and I said, you can't be here without an adult. And the kid said, well, he's 10, he can watch us. I said, no, that doesn't really count. So we're excited about that, and probably we're looking at putting a little gate in up at the top after you get through the driveway, just over the weekends and at night. So we do have people that just kind of drive up and they park at the top and then they back out and leave. And I don't know if they're just checking out the place or don't realize it's just not to come hang out. So any questions?
You mentioned that you have somebody from Cedar PD, the Sheriff's Department, and Enoch PD. Is there a representation from Parowan going on that trip? Or?
Nope, not at this time. We invited, but I know that sometimes staffing is an issue.
We're down to 2 to cover all the patrol shifts.
Yeah, so it's hard. So
Yeah.
hopefully we can snatch somebody for symposium. But yeah, we put it out to the entire team.
Okay, I just want to make
But
sure
to have-
the invite was extended.
Oh yeah. Oh, we invite all of them and encourage and call and bug. And we did have somebody from DCFS coming as well, but they're transferring to St. George, so we can't bring them anymore. So it's unfortunate. We also invited attorneys, but they've got lots of jury trials and things happening as well. So
Very good.
Okay.
anything else?
Thank you, Wendy.
Okay,
Appreciate
thank
the
you.
report.
Uh-huh.
Appreciate all you guys do. Let's go. Looks like Chad came in. Chad, if you'd like to report.
Thank you.
County Attorney.
Commissioner Robinson, welcome.
Good morning.
It's my
Thank
first
you.
time seeing you up here.
Appreciate that.
I'll be brief. I just wanted to kind of go over now that we're done with 2024. The trend, as I reported before, was that our cases were up, and that ended up being consistent. We were up about 400 cases in 2024 from 2023 and 2022. I think one of the reasons for that, I noticed that UHP, and I'm sure Lori will touch on this, about 1,000 more citations in 2024 than other years. But then the growth, of course, is contributing to that as well. So the caseloads are up. We have a new prosecutor coming in March. This is a backfill position. One of our prosecutors left in November. He was there with us for a couple of years, but he decided that he didn't want to practice law anymore, which is something that I think we're seeing nationwide, is especially with prosecutors. They're leaving for private practice, or some of them are burned out and don't want to practice law anymore. I had the chance to be in Washington, D.C. Last week with the National District Attorneys Association, and that was one of the topics that we discussed was recruitment and retention. It's a nationwide problem. I think just finding enough attorneys that will do this type of work is challenging. But we're excited for that new prosecutor, and I'm continuing to work with Luke about the new positions that we discussed last year in the budget to fund those. So that will be helpful. One of the things, of course, we run into, and I've discussed this with you previously, for example, the CJC training in Alabama. Of course, prosecutors would love to attend. I know Parowan officers would love to attend something like that. But jury trial involving a child who was sexually abused is planned at that time, and so those prosecutors will be tied up. And then, of course, it's hard to cover when they're in a trial. They're not doing their normal work, so other attorneys have to cover them. So it gets difficult given all of the different courts and responsibilities that we cover. So these new positions will definitely help with that. Under budget last year, which is good. Part of that, of course, is we didn't have we're down so many positions. That's going to come in well under budget. Let's see what else here. I wanted to touch on my victim advocate case assignments. So in 2024, Jessica Kramer, my victim advocate, was assigned 393 cases. 2023, 338. In 2022, 296. So she has a large caseload every year that she's responsible for working with those victims, sending them notice of different hearings, mail victim impact statements, and connecting them with different services. So her caseload is large. She never complains, but that is one of the reasons that we discussed that part-time position that we'll continue to work through with Luke. She's a rock star. She, again, any time I even suggest, hey, can we get you some help? I'll get a part-time position. She's like, I'm fine. I'm doing my job. I don't need any help. But yeah, so that is something I've been watching trend, and I don't want her to burn out my victim advocate because she's been with us for 16 years and is kind of part of the institution, the county attorney's office at this point. So I'll continue to monitor that, but I wanted to let you know that her workload is increasing and it's demanding, and Mike's worked with her on a lot of occasions and knows her passion and her professionalism.
I spent some time with her in court last week, and I asked her the same thing. I'm like, hey, how are you doing? We got you. We're working on the part-time thing. And she's like, well, I don't know if I need it. I'm
Yeah.
like, yeah. As she's telling me all the stuff, I'm like, really? And she's like, okay. I could use the help.
Yeah, no, she's great.
I spent a lot of time with her because Sammy was so slow in court the other day. Ended up, I should have been there maybe 20 minutes. And I was there 4.5 hours, mostly because of Sam. So
Yeah.
I just want to
Sam
bring
will
that
do
out
it.
in public.
And I'll finalize this report and send it to John and the commissioners. But the problem with our case tracking system is it's not always great at tracking the civil work. And Sam, of course, does a great job, as you know, working with all the different departments and helping put out fires along the way. So he has a criminal caseload as well as the civil stuff that he handles. And so, yeah, again, I've been clear, and you guys have been great to be helpful about the
We
staffing
greatly
issues.
appreciate Sam and the
Yeah.
work that he does.
Yep. If we could clone Sammy, I think that would be my vote. Okay. Are you uncomfortable, Sam? Yes. Okay. Just want to make a record of that. Any questions?
Noted.
Any questions about?
So you hired Mike Edwards. Is he?
Yeah.
Is he temporary? Is he going to be on for a while?
So as a contract position. He's going to help us out because that was something that we wanted to do is have immediate relief with especially our justice court because we were all taking turns covering Thursday justice court, and so I think he says he wants to help as long as he can, as long as it works for him. But I think it's going to work out great. Mike's experienced, and he knows the office, and so it's been good to have his help again. So we'll take it as long as we can and make that work. So, but that's been. When did he start, Sam? Was it not quite a month?
Yeah, just a
Yeah, but we've already felt a huge impact of his help. So, yeah, neglected to mention that, but yeah, Mike Edwards has been a big help.
He's a good man.
Yeah.
No, I appreciate it. Looks like your remodel, renovation into that other office is looking good.
Yeah.
Sammy, we talked about moving a trundle bed in there, some kind of a Murphy bed drop down for Sam, so we
Gonna
can
start doing the Elon Musk thing.
so we can get more, get him to dedicate more time.
I
started
we
cause-
expect
he
that,
already
Sam.
does.
Sleep in the office. You bring your little girl once in a while.
Since February, yeah, we have we call it the Gaza Strip, but we took over the Guardian ad litem's office. We're gonna make it great again. Anything else? Appreciate you.
Oh, thank you.
you.
Like I say, we'll continue to work with Luke to iron out those positions.
Thanks, Chad.
Thanks.
Did Paul sneak in yet? Haven't seen him.
He had forgotten he's on his way.
Okay, all right. We'll dock his pay for that.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Justice Court. Lori.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, good morning. Let's start with just a recap of the budget. This is for in the year of 2024, we were under budget. We currently, from the staffing standpoint, are down one full-time employee. It was one of our judicial assistant one positions, and I'm not going to replace that position for a while. We do have two other new judicial assistants that we're going to focus on training and getting up to speed, and so far they're doing a good job with for us, and we're grateful to have them. Moving on into the reports, Chad mentioned the highway patrol citations being up, and they were, and I'm skipping ahead, but what we had in 2023 was 3,963, and we had 5,018 in 2024. So you're about spot on, Chad.
That's a huge increase.
But from the standpoint of what we manage, we had about that 1,200 citations less out of Cedar City that we have an interlocal with. So from a standpoint of our workload, we were balanced, but that doesn't balance for Chad, because those HPs are now all county prosecuted. And I just do this recap for the year in the month of February. DUIs were down 5, so fairly consistent. If you look, moving citations, moving violations were up about 315 overall. Some of the non-movings were down. Those are like your failure to register your insurance, that sort of thing. Assaults were up. Thefts basically flatline up to narcotics, controlled substances, they were up a little bit, 95 cases. Domestic violence were actually down in terms of the filings in justice court. And I just now started including this little piece here about small claims. We've noticed after, post-COVID that small claims have been picking up. They were down close to 20 cases last year, but still up higher considerably over what they were for the first 8 years of my, being with the Justice Court. And there I just kind of recapped, the number of cases. This includes filings that are not only by citation, but information. And we were over 11,000 cases this year, and citations, up about, 66. And then I always give you, and I'll always preface this with, justice courts aren't supposed to be, looking to be revenue generators, but the reality is that they do generate revenue. And comparatively, the revenue collected was about 186,000 more this year. 90,000 more was dispersed to the state, and that's what the state takes in terms of surcharges, that sort of thing. And then retained revenue, we retained 95,000 more this year with 1.3 million. And that's about all I have, other than later in the meeting, we've discussed this, you're going to hear, Sam, are you presenting that with the Parowan interlocal agreement? There's talk and consideration that'll be before you later about doing an interlocal agreement with Parowan. And what that would look like is the county prosecution would be prosecuting those cases, and our court would be, receiving those filings. And that, just from the standpoint of our court, I talked to Keith Naylor, who is the current one and only judicial assistant in that office. He said they last year had 540 cases filed in 2024. That doesn't impact us, because the majority of them, 90% of those, are traffic. So looks like we'll be getting some more traffic schools. And about 10% of those are misdemeanors. So I just wanted to let you know that from the standpoint of the court, I don't see much of an impact to us or to our workload at this time. And if you have any other questions about that, if you want me to stick around for that portion of it, I'd be happy to. But if you don't think it's necessary, I'll skedaddle back to Cedar. And
I'm betting that Sammy is more
Well
than
equipped.
prepared.
Sam will be able to answer all the questions that we have, I would.
yeah,
And I know that
just offering you my perspective on what it would do to us.
Dan Jessen will be here, and I spoke with him last week, and he didn't foresee any challenges to this moving
Of
forward.
course, we
Very good.
might need you here to handle Dan. I don't know.
True.
Wendy's here. Was she going to say?
Okay.
Wendy can stay.
All right.
You can go back to work.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Lori.
Let's see. Let's go to victim advocate.
And while Jaden's coming up, Paul is on his way. He's like, oh, I'll get in the truck and come over. So
All right. So in the last year, the Victim Services with Sheriff's Office has served 393 crime victims. Majority of those still stands to be domestic violence. 151 of those clients were domestic violence. Between adult and sexual assaults, physical and sexual assaults, we had about 80 of those clients. Stalking and harassment was about 45, and then child physical and sexual abuse was about 70. So most of our clientele takes up with domestic violence. That's what we're typically dealing with most often. Majority of the services that we provide, we're generally centered around providing information to crime victims about the general process, what to expect, how to access certain things, what their rights are through the process, as well as just advocating for whatever our clients' needs are, communicating with detectives, communicating with prosecutors, just making sure that their case is moving along as quickly as it can, as well as make sure that nothing's falling through the cracks. As far as this year, January's been very busy. That's kind of typical. A lot of our critical incidents, our officer-involved shootings, all those things happen in January, it feels like. And so January's been very busy. In turn, that's been a high demand for some of our emergency funds, financial assistance that people are needing. People are getting arrested if that person was the main provider for the family. We got to help try and supplement some of the income, make sure that the crime victims have what they need. And so we've seen that increase. We're planning on requesting an increase in our emergency funds budget as part of our grant request this year. So we're working on those. As far as just things that are going on in our program, Savannah Gardner is our advocate that's assigned to Cedar City Police. For Mr. Robinson, we cover the entire county, all the law enforcement agencies in Iron County. The Sheriff's Office provides the victim services for us. So we have one, so I'm the program manager, and then we have one advocate that works for the county, but she's assigned to Cedar City Police. We're working with Chief Adams to kind of slowly integrate Savannah into their department, so that they have their own program, because they do make up a good portion of the overall services that we provide. So planning on having some of those conversations with Chief Adams over the next couple of years, just slowly kind of pleading the case, I guess, to the city council to start their own program. So, but she's doing great. Has attended a couple trainings and has just been doing really well. We've had a victim advocate intern through SUU the last couple semesters. They have been able to help with anything that we can assign to them. They can't provide direct services, but they can kind of job shadow and help us with a couple different projects. So that's been helpful to have them participating. The current intern that we have now is planning on going to law school and doing criminal law. And so I'm thrilled that they're doing a victim services intern, just because we need more trauma-informed attorneys that can help through that process. So excited for him to be working through that. Last thing I'll bring up, grant solicitations have opened up for the federal and state grants. We use VOCA as well as state funding. The that comes through the Utah Office for Victims of Crime. Right now, our funding's up in the air because of federal grant freezes, so we're not sure where that stands. We were told that that doesn't affect our current grant cycle, but it could affect when we're able to receive funds after July. So
And
that's still in discussion.
Which, is that the VOCA?
That includes VOCA. So any of our programs that include VOCA, that's all federal grant. Our state grants won't be affected because that's coming from state legislature funding. But anything that includes VOCA is included in that federal grant freeze. So it doesn't affect our current cycle, but it will affect the cycle that we're applying for the next 2 years. So we're just waiting to hear back from that. We're going through applications as regular, assuming that there won't be any issue, but that's potentially something that we're kind of just waiting to hear back on as far as whether that's going to be available come July. So hopefully by the beginning of June, we should have an idea of whether or not our applications have been accepted, what numbers they're going to give us, things like that. But that's what we're working on for the next couple months to just make sure we secure some funding. Any questions for me as far as the Sheriff's Office Victim Services? Okay.
No, thank you.
Thank you guys.
You do good. I see Jaden out in the middle of the night and in the cold.
It's usually 2 a.m, 30 degrees, right?
No,
Thank you,
he
Jay.
does a great job.
Let's see. Paul still, have we seen Paul Monroe yet? Not yet. He should be here any minute. Let's go ahead and go to commission reports then, and we'll jump back to Paul. Mike, you want to go?
Sure. Excuse me. I met with Southern Utah Veterans Group a couple of weeks ago. They just wanted to kind of update. Actually, took some staff members from Congresswoman Malloy's office and introduced them into that group. These are the guys that are working on the Veterans Center on the north end of Enoch. They are going to get on the agenda here in the near future and come in and give us an update and update Commissioner Robinson. So they've got their property all done. They've got a sign up on it now. So future home of. So these guys
This
are kind
is
of
a facility with the amphitheater. Okay.
yeah. They are a force to be reckoned with. They're pretty funny.
How's their fundraising coming? They raising any money yet?
Yeah, I think they're starting to raise money.
Good.
They're working with Congresswoman Malloy's office to find some federal funding for veterans programs.
It's awesome if they can. Because
Yeah.
what they're proposing is a heavy lift.
Yeah, yep. It's a big deal. So they're optimistic about it moving forward. Yeah, but they'll be coming in. I told them just to call any time and we'd get them on the agenda whenever they felt like they wanted to come in and talk. We'd be happy to have an update. We had our restaurant tax interviews. That was we awarded about $100,000 in those to those different entities. Restaurant tax is the only way that you can get money. It has to go to a government entity. It's not for private projects. It's the likes of Cedar City Corporation, Shakespeare, Summer Games, SUU, those type of things. And so we've been able to, we actually did 2 different days of restaurant tax interviews that took a good portion of the day.
How long do those agreements last?
They're a year. It's a year-to-year. It's a year-to-year process. They're eligible every year to come and apply for those grants. So, on top of that, we did small business grant presentations, and that is through the Economic Development Committee. That's state money that we get that we can award out. We awarded about $60,000 in that process to, I believe, 5 small businesses. Those were anywhere from about $20,000 down to about $3,500. But we try and determine if it's going to be, it's not a startup program. It's small businesses that are already underway that we can help kind of move to the next level. So we do that annually as well. I attended the Big Chamber board meeting. I'm happy to announce that the Big Chamber is growing and working towards being able to fund itself. You know, we had a 3-year commitment with them, as well as Beaver Garfield, and just Beaver and Garfield as well. But that entity is growing in all those counties. It's a good thing. I met with the Highway Patrol in regards to the safety shift contract that we award each year. If you recall, this year we dropped that contract amount from $100,000 to $25,000. I met with them the other day to discuss the benefits of that to Iron County. They are going to do a study and analyze some citations and some cases from beginning to end to determine the fiscal impact with that, to determine if that's something that will pay for itself, to determine whether we can award, we can contract for more money moving forward. They're going to look and see what the economic impact of that is. So those were the highlights.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner?
I had the opportunity to go to the County Day on the Hill. Had a good experience there. Started out meeting with Senator Vickers and discussing the activities that he's involved in and his outlook on things. It was a really good conversation with him. Also met with Rex Ship and talked about the bills that he's pushing through and his activities there. So that was a good conversation with him. Also met a lot of commissioners from surrounding counties and started to build relationships with them and get understanding with them of that. As Wendy mentioned, I also met with Tracy Tabbitt, who's from the Attorney General's office, covers the CJC throughout the entire state. She was extremely complimentary of Iron County and the support and the people of Iron County. She just couldn't speak highly enough of Iron County and the experience that she's had here. And so that was very positive to get that feedback from her. I've known her since probably second grade. So it was a really good experience to catch up with her and an impressive, very impressive lady.
How do you know her that long ago?
We grew up together.
In Monticello?
Yeah.
Really? She's from Monticello?
Yeah.
Interesting.
One of the smartest people I know. So that was a really good opportunity, and she just raved about Iron County, and she covers the entire state, and said, "Man, there's just something special in Iron County." So that was pretty neat. We heard from the governor, heard from the Speaker of the House and the President of the Senate, and the drum that all three of them beat was, we need energy. If we're going to stay ahead in the race for AI and be in control of that, we absolutely need to invest in and develop every opportunity that there is available for energy, and so that we can be not only world leaders but national leaders in that. And talked about the good opportunities that there are here in Utah for multiple sources of energy. And then I also went to the planning and zoning meeting last week, and that was a good opportunity to hear from a lot of different people. I left at about 11:05, and it was still going. So I don't know what time it finally ended, but it was a good meeting.
Yeah, I attended that same meeting, planning zoning, and it was a long one. I left just a little after you, I think, Ken. One of the issues, of course, we're talking about some of those issues that they discussed in Planning Commission, but one of them was a proposed mine in Modena, Hamlin Valley, Modena area. It's a product, like Ken said, with the energy sector, with them tearing down coal plants. Create a product called fly ash, and they use that in concrete to make concrete. And so, with them tearing down coal plants, they don't have enough of that product. And there's a product out in that canyon that is the perfect match. It's actually probably a little better than fly ash to make concrete. And Russell Lim is proposing to improve 9 miles, doubling the size of that road, graveling it, keeping it moist for dust, and planning to mine 20-acre parcels at a time. It would be a mineral lease from the BLM, and there was some debate on both sides of the aisle on that issue, but that was interesting to hear that, and then all the other things. It was I just want to thank our planning commission members. I texted one of them during the meeting and said, "Sure glad we pay you guys a lot of money for this," and just kind of being sarcastic because we don't pay them anything, and it's a thankless job. I mean, to go to a meeting that long and hear the different issues going on. We continue to work on the jail. I attend those meetings weekly via either by Zoom or in person. Ed Defner with Layton Construction called me last week in a panic. The one thing that's affecting us a little bit right now is that with the new administration, with the different tariffs that are going into place, some products are going up fast. And one of them is copper wire, and Wilkinson Electric is the electrical contractor on that project for us, and he said, please give me approval to allow them to buy all the copper for the jail right now. It'll save us $60,000. So I hope you two are okay with that. I hurried and signed something and gave him permission to do that to save us a lot of money before the price increased. So we continue to work on that. We are in full disclosure a little bit over budget on the jail, but it's inflation and these other things that are really affecting us. We're trying to do as much value engineering as we can to whittle that price tag down. As Ken said, the legislature's in full swing. Been watching quite a few bills that are going through and monitoring those. And that's about all I have for my report. Has Paul shown up yet? Paul Monroe? Still haven't seen him.
Couple things that,
ahead.
along with what you mentioned, I had at that Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, I approached one of the commissioners that's involved in that too, and he said, I stand here all night or sit here and get yelled at all night long, and I'm not getting paid a dime to sit here and take this. But
Yeah.
it was interesting, and interesting to see the price of copper going up when they're shutting down a mine in San Juan County right now. Shut down a copper mine over there, so
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how that comes to be, but
Well, you mentioned energy. I mean, they're shutting down our base load power plants, and they haven't replaced them, and that needs to be replaced with nuclear power.
yeah.
And but it just seems like they've been talking about nuclear power for 20 to 30 years, and it just seems like it's always out another long ways. So hopefully they can make some progress on that. I'll text Paul and see where he's at. How close are you? You're on Main Street? Okay. We got everybody waiting for you. Yep, there's about 50 of us just waiting. It's a silent meeting, and we're waiting for Paul Monroe. So. All right, no worries. We'll be good. We'll see you in a minute. Thanks, Paul. All right, see you. Bye. Paul is our general manager of the Central Iron County Water Conservancy District. I've known Paul for many, many years. I served on the board for 8 years, and we've done a lot of cool things together, a lot of recharge projects where we're putting water back in the ground. Unfortunately, this year we are really dry. But the years we've had good water, we've got about 7 recharge projects. Where's Dan Jessen? I saw him come in. Where'd he go? I was
I think he stuck his head in and ran
We've
away.
we've got a lot of projects in the Cedar Valley. I was going to have Dan maybe report on their project they're doing. Hey, Nicole, is Dan hiding out there? If you can see Dan Jessen, grab him, please. Wonder where he went.
Talk to you about one.
Yes, you may.
So, I don't know if you guys have heard of.
Nicole Rosenberg.
Oh, Nicole Rosenberg, Iron County Treasurer. We have a lot of people here, so Dan McKay is running a bill, Senate Bill 197. And what he wants to do is do away with, sorry, I'm out of breath, I was hurrying, our circuit breaker. So that is tax relief to our older people, 66 and older, that make under $40,000. And what he wants to do is, instead of forgiving or relieving, to make them defer it. So when they sell their home or they pass away, their children will be left with that debt. So we have,
Would come out of the equity of the home when it's upon a passing.
now they ran a bill similar, a couple years ago, 75 and older. But the people will not do it because they don't want to pass that debt to their children.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to leave us with, we have around 400 people in our county that I believe will go without medication, food, so that they don't pass that debt onto their children. So any reaching out you can do, I've reached out to Evan, Rex, and Carl. They've all indicated this is not something that they like or that they want to vote for.
I had conversations with Evan.
Good.
about
What was the
that.
bill number on that?
Senate Bill 197.
Must be 197.
Mm-hmm. There's been an article that was in KUTV, so I've tried to share that where I can, but a lot of our older people are not on Facebook, so I think I'll reach out to Stephanie Rainey, but anything we can do to make them aware that this is out there, and I just feel so bad. It breaks my heart that they are talking about doing away with the tax on Social Security, but would do something like this that hurts
What's
our...
his motivation? Do you know?
They just think that, well, what he basically said is there's 1 or 2 old people living in a home of 3,000 square feet, that they're home rich, and that they shouldn't be staying in their home this long.
Wow.
I don't know. It to me was
I have a
super.
couple of things to say about this. One, it's just pernicious. You don't
Yeah.
you don't say, "Oh, we're going to give you a tax rebate by taking away the equity in your home." Most of us, that's the only wealth that we have. But also, I had a conversation with Senator Vickers. Harper has a bill that's a good substitute that does essentially the opposite. And anyway, he echoed the same thing to me, that he's on board with, he supports Harper's bill,
Yeah.
because this one it's evil.
The people in our county that are utilizing this program really need it. They are not house rich. I'm sorry. But I just want us to watch out for the citizens of our county, and I just wanted to make you aware.
This came up during our clerk auditor discussion, our legislative discussion on Thursday, and the proportion that we have pretty much is a carbon copy of theirs. They're just a bigger county in terms of the relation between the circuit breaker and the veterans abatements. Because one of the concerns that McKay raises is, it's a transfer of tax, and because we're abating that, it's just minuscule compared to like our veterans abatement, which we don't have any question about.
No, we
and so-
only abate 253,000
Right.
in comparison to disabled veterans, 1.2 million.
Yeah.
So it's very small amount. It's not passing a huge burden onto the rest of our taxpayers, but offering a program to people who desperately need it. So
Thanks for beating that drum.
yeah. Just
Thank you,
wanted
Nicole.
to
Thank you.
Appreciate
let
it.
the family know, so.
Paul Monroe, you want to report? Paul's the general manager of the Central Iron County Water Conservancy District.
Thank
have
you,
you.
Paul Monroe. Yes, with the Central Island County Water Conservancy District, and I appreciate the messages to get me here.
We appreciate you coming. I'm sure you obeyed all traffic laws.
Yeah. Well, yeah. That's the next. I was like, man, I hope that I don't have to send out a text that says I'm not going to be able to make it, getting pulled over. But you guys are used to these Monday meetings, and that's so I apologize for not being here earlier. A couple of things that I do want to update the commission on, and some things happy to report on. First one is our water improvement project. This is a project that we've been working on. We worked on the financing and the funding back in starting like in 2018, and we finally got the approval in 2020. Just a long kind of grugerous process that we went through with USDA Rural Development Loan. And we ended up getting financing for $19 million. $4 million of that was grant, and the rest of it was low interest at 1.75%, and so little interest rates that are a little bit unheard of today. And that got the gears going. We secured the financing, and then just the whole process takes a long time. So we're starting getting those projects put in. And this last year, we were able to put in 2 water lines. They helped loop our systems, to help it to transfer water throughout the valley. Those were along 4,000 North and 6,000 North. And then we are just starting constructing today or this week. There'll be a large 24-inch line that will go up to a 4 million gallon tank, which we're putting up in the Iron Springs area. And the important thing about that 4 million gallon tank is that, number one, it'll be the largest tank in all of Cedar Valley. But it's at an elevation that we can supply water to basically everybody. Not that it's high, but it's at a low elevation. Basically, the whole valley floor will be able to supply that, and it'll take a lot of pressure off of Cedar City's wells. So we're working with them so that
Do the interconnect.
right.
We'll drop their pressure.
Yeah, we purchased last year. We purchased 20 acres right at the Y, so that's an important area for us, and to get property there at the Y, because one of Cedar City's main transmission lines comes in from out west. It's a 20-inch line, and the district has a 24-inch line that crosses that going north and south. And so we'll be able to do an interconnect there and take the pressure off of those wells. So, for those that aren't aware, a well has a series of bowls that are down in the well, and each bowl is basically, think of it like a motor. And so you have to add series of motors if you have pressure. And right now, Cedar City has the pressure that are on those wells takes it all the way up to the highest tank.
Isn't
So
it over
there's a tremendous
50 psi or
Yeah, it's
something? What is
over. Yeah, it's close to 300 down
Yeah.
in the bottom where Quichipai is, and so if we can take the pressure off that, you can reduce the bowls, you can reduce the pressure, reduce maintenance, all of those things. So that's one of the focuses we had on that, and
a lot of that,
partnering with
Paul,
them.
was pushing water up to the tank above Home Depot.
Correct.
And Green Lakes Road.
Yes, correct.
How does that tank help that?
So basically what the city can do now is they can utilize the property district has at the Y. We have that interconnect, and then you're pumping to that lower elevation tank, the large 4 million gallon tank, using the network of the district
And then
pipes.
pumping from that up.
And then at the Y you put in a booster station,
Okay.
and then that booster pump, which is more accessible, easier to maintain, functions more efficiently.
It's cheaper than adding bowls to a well.
Right,
Than
yeah,
Just that
yeah.
booster, okay.
Yep, and easier to maintain. All of
And
those
also,
things.
these high pressures for Cedar City, it's extremely dangerous for workers. If they get down into a manhole working on water and something breaks, it's really dangerous for them. So that'll be a really good thing.
Yeah, it's dangerous for everybody too. Yeah, not just them, but our contractors that are working on those lines that
Right.
connect in subdivisions or whatever it may be. Those are some dangerous pressures. When I worked for King County Water up at Duck Creek, I got down in some vaults, and the pressures there were, they were like around 200, close to 200, not as high as some of these we have here, but the water started to hammer in there, and it sounded like grenades going off, and I shot back out of there. My boss was telling me to get back down, and I said, I don't think so. But anyway,
Where's that new tank going to be? The 4 million gallon tank. Where's it going to be?
So it is off of Desert Mound Road.
Mhm.
It's just around the corner. So if you're going down Iron Springs Road and you take a left on Desert Mound Road, it's probably about a mile up the road. And it's just off the left. We did an exchange with Frank Nichols for some property there. The other part of that project is drilling some additional wells. One of those wells is going to be in Basin 71. So part of this project is we extended a water line out to the Novatech, which is part of BZI, out towards Weco. So we'll be extending that water line again. We'll be about halfway in between the Novatech facility and Weco is where we're going to be drilling a well.
Bunch of well out, and they've got good water out there, don't they?
Yeah, there's good water.
We take a haircut when we move water from that basin to Basin 73.
You would have to, yes.
We would.
Our main goal and objective right now is just to supply water rights from Basin 71 to the mine, so we don't have to draw out of Basin 73. But Cedar City,
that was the plan all along back when we passed that.
And the public-private partnership that we were able to do with BZI and Novatech to extend that water line, allowed us to move forward with that project a lot quicker.
Good.
So. And that was a project that worked out great for both entities. And the other thing, too, is that Cedar City now has purchased a big block of water rights in Basin 71. So that's the additional benefit of having that tank in that area is now we can pull water. That water line's all connected to that tank, and we can supply to Cedar City. The tank's going to be about 20 feet higher, which will add, roughly about another 10 pounds of pressure, and then that'll also help with our interconnection with Enoch City as well. That tank again can feed that direction, and that was part of that 4,000 north loop line that we just installed. Now we can diverse or supply water throughout the whole basin. We can supply Enoch and Cedar City through that system.
Does State Water Engineer have recharge numbers on Basin 71?
It does have recharge. They're similar. I don't quote me. But I think they're around
kind of a plan.
Groundwater management plan.
Yep, it is. Yeah, they were the first one. I think theirs was initiated in 2012, 2010, 2012, somewhere in there. I can't be sure. And their safe yield is around 23,000 acre feet, a little bit more than what Cedar Valley's is, if I remember right. Don't quote me on those numbers, but we could look it up online real quick.
Sure.
Theirs go into effect in 2030. Their cuts begin in 2030, and it's just a similar system. So we do accept water rights, and so does Cedar City in either basin. And we just have to quantify for that haircut, which is depletion. And the depletion amount is typically around 60% is what you can take, and that 40% needs to remain in the aquifer because that's what historical uses of that water was. 40% from the agricultural use went back down to the aquifer.
Is that basin under as much pressure as the Cedar Valley basin?
It is under, I would say, more pressure, but the safe yields are similar. And what that means is in Cedar Valley, you've got a total paper water right allocation of 50,000 acre feet, and we use 28 with safe yield of 21. So the paper there, you're cutting a lot more paper, but in the other basin, in Escalante Basin, they're using their basic full allocation. So they're pumping a lot more.
What's their safe yield out there?
That's what I was just saying. I recall it's similar. I think it might be a little bit more than ours, like around 23.
Where our water rights vary in years long. Theirs is really tight, right? And they're like 1950s water rights, aren't they?
I think they are tighter. Yeah, they issued
years that separate. I think the load of.
Yeah, they issued a lot more water rights coming back from World War II. They issued a lot more in that basin than this basin.
But they're all allocated out there.
Yes.
Unlike ours in Cedar Valley, where there's the 28 to the 50 still.
Oh, you mean most of them are all being pumped?
Okay.
Yes.
Right. Being used.
Being used, yeah. And in Cedar Valley, you have a lot more that are in non-use.
Right.
Yeah. So as far as being taxed, to get back to your question, Jonathan, yeah, it's taxed more. Not that the issues are similar and the cuts are going to affect just as many people, but they are using more in that basin. One other part of this project that we're doing is Cedar Highlands. We're putting in a new tank up there that was stayed for a minute, but we're moving forward again. That's currently out to bid. And then just as far as the district grows, there's this last year financially, we ended up negative $1.6 million in our budget. And I just bring that up because that's how our cash flow, rather than taking resources and money from our construction loan that we have, we've been able to earn more interest on that being in the bank, rather than paying that interest back out, it's just financially better to just use our own cash reserves that we have. And so that's why we ended the year with a negative 1.6 million. And that's something that the board felt like was a smarter decision, rather than, having interest work for us than against us, as was the decision was there. So I just wanted to highlight that. I have a couple of bills. They're not really any significant bills this year water-wise. One of them that's gained a lot of attention is the fluoride bill, and I just want to report that there is no fluoride that's added in Iron County to any water system that I know of. I know within the municipalities in the district we do not. Fluoride does occur naturally in some instances. It is very minimal and often non-detected in the water that we sample in Iron County. So.
What's going on with Recharge? Are you adding another 24-inch HDP down to the?
We do have it. We haven't put that in yet. We'd like to get that in. We've got a lot of other projects we're working on. I'm not sure if we'll get to this year, and I'm not sure that it'll matter. Unfortunately,
It is. There is no snow on the mountain.
I know the
Really?
2 previous years when we had snow on the mountain and we had snow on the ground down here, so you didn't have calls on the water for stock watering. We'd already put a couple of 1,000 acre feet into the ground by now, and this year we haven't put a drop in the ground. We haven't recharged anything.
What are they saying long term for the weather forecast? Are they?
There's a little bit of a change of pattern coming this weekend. So I appreciate those whoever that fasted and prayed. Hopefully we'll get some type of change in weather pattern. But ultimately, we kind of knew going into this year that it was going to be a La Nina. And oftentimes in southern Utah, that presents a high pressure that protrudes us from getting a lot of flows off of the Pacific versus the El Nino. And really, we're kind of in an area it's a coin flip. Historically, the data doesn't really match up very well one way or the other. But we've just been in a really kind of nasty weather pattern where we haven't received any flows of moisture coming off of the Pacific like we typically do. So we are headed into our wetter months, and if we could see a shift in that weather pattern, it could really save us, and we could be in a good position. But as of today, we are setting records and trends. We've never had this least amount of water up on the mountain before. So last I checked, we're around 23%. I'm sure it's gone down from then. Every day that we get more wind and no moisture, it heads the wrong direction. So
Pretty bleak.
yeah, pretty
Okay.
bleak for sure.
All right. Thanks for that report. Any
Yeah,
questions for
thank you.
Paul?
No.
Thank you.
Good job. Thank
Thanks,
you.
commissioners.
And I know we're a little over, but Dan, Jessen, you want to come up real quick and just give us a quick report on your recharge project that you're working on this valley?
Yeah, so we actually have an open house this Tuesday at the Parowan City offices to discuss it. We are getting ready to go out to bid. We have a collaborative project with the city. We have county money, state money. We have the local reservoir company and local Parowan Pumpers Association all collaborating. We're going to take the current diversion that's in the Parowan Creek, just downstream from the bridge, a couple hundred feet. We're going to take that out, and we're going to move that diversion up to the mouth of the canyon. And there'll be 2 pipelines that will be installed. One of them will be the pipeline that gets the reservoir company's water. That's actually the purpose of the existing diversion, back to that site, so then their water rights are preserved and they can do what they're doing. And then when there is high water, again, not in a year like this, we'll have a second pipeline that'll go down 300 East and jog out across the fairground parking lot.
So you've changed plans. You're going to put a pipe in down 300. You're not going to go around the fairgrounds
We're
anymore.
only going to, yes, correct. But we're only going to be in 300 East for like half a block. We're going to come down 143 right past the pool. And then we're going to be in 300 East. We're going to cross there on Center, be right there until we get to the first, just a corner of the parking lot, and then we'll dive out across the parking lot. Because 300 East is an incredibly expensive road to do anything in. We're going to literally have to go right down the middle of the road. And of course, cross Main Street, Center Street, which is a UDOT road and everything. So, but yeah, we're having an open house. Would like everybody to come if they're interested. It's a big project. It's been, gosh, we meet every other week, Larry. a whole group of us in there. Getting that many people together and coordinating, I think we have like 5 different sources of grants, plus city is putting in money, the reservoir company is putting in cash, and the pumpers are putting in cash. So projects like this are really cool to see. It'll be the first of quite a few. There's other recharge sites in the valley, which will continue. The Evanses are here too. We recharge. Nope, not going to drain your pond. We're still putting water there. There's water that goes to a pond that Lyle has that recharge, probably both of them. Hey, this is a good plug. The county helped us in the past dredge those out, and it's been a long time. We probably ought to look at dredging those. The whole point of those is actually to sink water, not to have pretty duck, habitat. The point of it is to sink water, and they haven't been dredged for some time. Plus, the pumpers are actively looking at other sites as well. So this will be a good area. We want to sink as much water as we can. The goal is to not have any water go out to the dry Little Salt Lake. The goal is to keep it dry, not the other way around. We're not doing what they're doing up north where they're trying to keep their Salt Lake wet. We're trying to keep ours dry and get all that water into the ground, because we do have a major problem. As Paul was talking about the Escalante Valley, we're in the exact same boat. We have not only allocated all that water, which was over allocated, but we are pumping all of that. So there's hardly any water rights that are not being pumped. And so our goal is approximately similar to what the Cedar Valley goal is. I think we're trying to cut about 11,000 acre feet a year, either artificially recharge that back into the aquifer or not pump it out. And so our groundwater management plan has been put into full effect. I do understand that there is a legal challenge to it. It's been filed in court. So it'll be really interesting, I think, for everybody to watch that case, because it will, my guess, if the people that filed it get their way, it'll go to the Supreme Court, and it's going to deal with issues like what exactly is a taking, and what is these groundwater management plans that the state is doing legal, or do they need to be adjusted? So keep an eye on that. Donnie Roberts filed that. So
At the Utah Supreme Court, or
I think he probably filed it the district court. I'm looking around to see if anybody knows. Do you know?
first step, and then it could be appealed to the Supreme.
Yeah. I mean, we all want to manage the aquifer. There's no doubt about that. We don't want to keep drawing the well levels down. What is the best tool and what is legal and is not? I think this will answer a few of those questions. But
And tell us the time and place of the open house.
it is at the Parowan City offices at 5:30 will be the details on this water project. And then at 6:30, we're having an open house for our new bridge project, which is also in engineering.
That's tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. Thanks for the report. Appreciate it. Sorry for being a little bit late, folks. But I thought it was good information to cover. It's 10 after 10. Let's take a 10-minute break, and we'll resume this meeting at 20 after. Thank you.
We'll discuss it after this.
Paul, it's ready whenever
Okay.
you are.
All right.
I'll find you after this.
We'd like to welcome everybody back to our 10 o'clock meeting, which is, it's about 25 after, and sorry for the delay. We'll begin this portion of the meeting with our public hearings. The first one is a public hearing, discussion, and possible approval of a proposed Iron County Code amendment, Ordinance 2025-2, amending Section 17.36.320 general requirements regarding separation distances associated with the R4K zoning district. And Reed will talk about that.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is one of those situations where, you know, when we make an ordinance, we rarely get it right the first time, and there's an opportunity that we look at trying to tweak an ordinance and make it more effective and more usable. And we've had the R4K zone in place for several years now, and you know, we've become aware of some of the situations and how it's applied and how it can be used. And so this is a case in which, when we had a development proposal on this property on Mid-Valley Road that was adjacent to another R4K zone that had been rezoned maybe a year or so ago, the evaluation of that project in terms of how it was designed and where the R4K had to be in relation to the separation from this one made it so that no one thought it was the best development, and there were better opportunities or better ways to do that. And so as we looked at the ordinance, that's what we came up with, and realized that within the challenge within the ordinance was that we hadn't separated the separations from the R4K zone itself versus our townhouse lots or single family lots. And so this attempts to do that through this modification. We had simply separation distances from other R4K, but we also didn't have any separation distances from townhomes in other R1/2 zones. And you can, because of the townhouse ordinance, we can have R4K or townhouses in the R1/2 as well as the R4K zone, but we hadn't had any separation between those types of developments and the R4K townhouse development and an R1/2 townhouse development. So there were several things that we wanted to try to look at, and one of them was, well, right away, is that a reasonable separation? Maybe if it's just a single family lot, it's sufficient for two single-family R4K zones to be across the street from each other if it's a major 75-foot or larger right away. And so we just wanted to keep in mind the whole goal of the R4K when it was originally created was to allow opportunities for higher density development, both in terms of single-family lot sizes and smaller clusters of townhouse developments, but we wanted to not have that in a large concentration or a large population where it would be considered a housing project or something that really didn't fit with the rural character of our area and wouldn't make for good community and good development. So all those things were taken into consideration when we thought, yeah, it's time to take a look at that. This is the language in the existing ordinance that created the problem. This one that says that any R4K project or property must be at least 5 acres, less than 20 acres, and be located at least 1,000 feet away from another R4K zoned project or property. And so when we looked at this is the table that we have for townhouses. It shows the R4K on the far right column, the R1/2, what the densities are, what the separation distances are between clusters. So when we took that into consideration in light of the R4K zone, we came up with this recommended change. So we're talking about as we deal with single-family residential lots, and it's important to note that in a subdivision of R4K or R1/2, if there are going to be townhouse lots, they need to be subdivided as townhouse lots. So it's not possible to have a rezone and a development of a subdivision that says creates lots for single family lots and then come back in later and get a building permit, put townhouses on them. They have to be subdivided as townhouse lots or single family lots. So what this does is saying when the subdivision is created and it's for single family residential lot project, then that R4K has to be at least 500 feet away from another R4K that has single family lots, not townhouse lots, but single family lots, or that it could be separated by a major roadway of 75 feet or larger. So those are the two ways that it can come down from 1,000 feet to only 500 or the width of a road. If it's townhouse lot project, then the new R4K project with townhouse lots still has to be 1,000 feet away from another R4K or R1/2 zoned project, so that where the townhouse lots are.
And to clarify, single-family residential is not sharing a wall with any other. Is that correct? Is that how you define that?
Yeah, it only has one dwelling unit on that lot.
Okay.
And in R4K, guest houses are not allowed in the R4K zone. So there can only be one dwelling unit or one structure building for residential on an R4K
You can't
lot.
do an accessory dwelling unit on those.
No.
Unlike a R1/2.
Unlike R1/2. On R1/2 can have one guest house on it. I don't use accessory dwelling unit because they can be within the structure. We have interior and exterior accessory dwelling units. And so they can still have an interior because that's the state law.
Right, where it's like 800 square feet, and
Yeah.
it has to be attached.
It has to be internal to the footprint of the dwelling itself. Can't be an addition or, it could be a basement or something like that. But we're talking about a separate dwelling on the property could not happen in R4K. So in the R1/2 it could. So it either has to be 500 feet away if it has other townhouses on the R1/2 or R4K, or if it's another townhouse project that it can be, if it's a townhouse project, it can be 500 feet away from another lot that has single-family lots. So that's the proposed change. We're just dealing with the separations only. That's what we're talking about in this change. And yes, we are doing it because we have a project that can be a better project if it's has this ordinance as opposed to what the setbacks were previously. And when that application came for the zone change and they showed their potential layout, and we considered that as staff, we said, I think we can do better, but we're going to have to amend the ordinance to do that. And so I know that there is criticism that we're changing an ordinance for one specific project, but I'd have to say that's usually why we change any ordinance, is because we have a situation where we become aware of that can improve the situation. And so, we often do that, and it's not a criticism to try to say we're catering to a developer. It's trying to make that development, which could have been developed otherwise, under the current ordinance, to be a better development, and the developer was willing to pull that back and relook at that and come back with a different development proposal. And so the zone change application will follow this on the agenda, and that's where we will talk about the zone change itself and the specific project. But this ordinance change would simply allow anywhere in the county that we were looking at R4K and R1/2 really relative to townhouses, what those separation distances would be.
Okay.
So we still have all of the separation distances between townhouse clusters, which are 500 feet within an individual project, whether it be R1/2 or R4K. But this is simply the project itself in proximity when we're looking at a rezoning. So that really, I think, is an explanation of what this ordinance does and what it doesn't do. And
Reed, I have
unless
a
you specific
question. So, and I know Ken and I were at that planning commission and listened to the discussion there. So this, I just wanted to mention for those where we're talking about R4K, there's a sub, as you leave this meeting, I would welcome anyone interested in this topic to drive down Holyoke Lane down by the KB and then take the frontage road south to there's a little subdivision right off the freeway, and that's Eagle Rock subdivision. Mm-hmm. And that's those are, what are those? Are those 4,000 square foot lots?
Yeah.
And those are the same size lots that the R4K would represent. And having been in there and looked at that several times, I don't remember what the owner occupancy is. Is it like 70 or 80%? I don't know. I think it might be. But as I've driven through there, the yards are most of them are well kept. People take pride in their properties, and but you could go down and just see what an R4K subdivision would look like. And they're narrow lots. I think they were 40-foot frontage, where you said ours is a 50-foot.
Correct.
So ours is a little bit wider, but that would give you an idea of what that, what we're talking about would look like.
Yeah.
So.
The other thing I think to point out that brings up is that the R4K doesn't mean that they will be 4,000 square foot lots. It just means that's the minimum that they have to be.
Right.
They can be 5,000, 6,000. The ones across the street on the south side of the R4K are 6,000 to 8,000 square foot lots. They can be 10,000 square foot lots. They can be half-acre lots. They can be 1-acre lots. They can be anything larger than 4,000 square feet. So just because it's zoned R4K doesn't mean that the whole thing is filled with 4,000 square foot lots and or townhouse lots. There doesn't have to be townhouses in an R4K zone. It's just an option like it is in the R1/2 zone.
Is there any verbiage in there about parking or
yes,
incorporated versus unincorporated areas?
I'm not sure what you mean by incorporated or unincorporated.
Cities inside of the city limit?
This doesn't have anything to do with the cities. This would be only the unincorporated area subdivisions in the unincorporated area.
Cedar City passed a similar zone called the family neighborhood zone, FNZ, I think, which is similar to this. But that's their own zone. This would be the county's, right?
Okay.
Our own. So.
The first part of that question,
the parking,
was that each in the R4K zone, it's actually more restrictive than the R1/2 zone in terms of providing open space, park space, additional storage for RVs and campers and boats and things like that, for additional parking when there are townhomes that is part of the townhouse ordinance, but requires more off-street parking provided in the R4K zone because they are smaller lots, so that when people have a gathering, a birthday party or something like that, there are places for people to park that are off-street, because it does require more parking spaces than what a traditional subdivision would have to provide, off-street parking. So it has a provision for open space and parking and storage and things that the R1/2 doesn't have.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Jeannie asked me to remind you, if you are going to speak on this, well, everybody should be signed in, but if you do speak, make sure you're signed in. And how many, just out of curiosity, by show of hands, how many are here to speak on this topic? Okay.
And do we need to differentiate between this and item number 2? Because item number 2 is about the specific.
Yep.
This is a code amendment.
This is changing the zone. The other one's the actual zone change.
This is changing the ordinance.
The ordinance. Okay.
Not the zone. The other one changes the zone.
Got it. Okay. So those, so Chair opens the public hearing on this item number 1, and if you'd like to speak to this, approach the mic. We would like you limit your comments to 3 minutes. John, would you keep track? And please state your name and don't repeat others' comments if you would honor that. But so we'll go ahead and open that public hearing.
Hi, my name is Rachel Hunt. Thank you for being at the meeting Thursday. I appreciated seeing both of you there. It was a long night. We were there for until 11 o'clock ourselves too. So, but I appreciated you both being there and knowing that you care and were there for listening to what was going on for both sides, for your board that you guys elect and for the community. Regarding this ordinance, my concern is I drove around and looked at some different townhomes. I don't think I went to the Eagle Rock one, but I was concerned about just the spatial thing. You know, there's traffic problems. The ones over by the firehouse by Equestrian Point, and there's several developments there. I don't know how wide that street is there, if there's 1,000 feet, but I just am concerned already this ordinance that's already in place that allows it, you know, is the 1,000 feet, 500 feet really sufficient? Is it correct? Anyway, so that was just a concern that I wanted to bring and hope that you guys have thought about that in this change. The other big concern, and I get that it has to do with this zone change that's the next item, and part of that was because my friend that has the property next to this zone change, with this current ordinance, then all of those townhomes would be next to her property. And so, like Reed said, that would help it, those not be right next door to her. And my concern, though, is that with this new ordinance change, then the whole entire 20 acres becomes R4K. So that allows even higher density, which is what we're all opposed to anyways. And then so where Sage Meadows is on the south side of Mid-Valley, on the west side of Sage Meadows, there's a man that keeps sheep there, and he's selling that property in the next year, we're told. So this current ordinance will allow that also to become R4K. And so this is the big concern, is that this ordinance just opens up not only for this developer, but for everybody else to put in R4K. And the current ordinance, the developer can come in and develop the R1/2 and R1 how it currently is, and we don't need to change the ordinance for it. So I just would implore you to maybe take some time before just going ahead and changing this ordinance and see how it impacts the rest of our valley right there. So thank you, and I kept it short this time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
Oh, don't have that look. Carol
Hello.
Barker. I was just wondering if Reed could clarify. He mentioned townhome distances versus single-family R4K units. So I'm confused. If he would just clarify the distances between like a townhome complex versus a single-family for R4K neighborhood.
Go ahead. Thank you.
So letter A under here is the single-family residential lot R4K development. It has to be at least 500 feet away from another single-family R4K, whereas if it had townhomes in it under B, it would have to be 1,000 foot from another townhouse property. So the difference is 500 feet if it's single-family residential lots, 1,000 feet if they're townhouse lots.
If it incorporates townhouse and R4K, it has to be 1,000 feet away from the next one.
Correct. If it's a single-family lot, it can be within 500 feet, or it can be separated by 500 feet, and or a road of 75 foot or wider as a public right-of-way master planned road.
Okay.
Okay.
You can come up and speak.
Did that answer that question?
State your name, please, and you can speak.
Mark Crandall, I was just going to ask Reed, is that from the center of the property or is that from the line from line to line, closest boundary line to closest boundary line, the
I think it's line to line, doesn't it, Reed? Yes.
Line to line? Okay.
Yes. Any others that would like to talk about this? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and
so in response to one comment that was made, Rachel, the property to the east then couldn't develop in R4K because they would have to be at least 500 feet away from this property because it's not separated by another road.
I'm just worried that 500 feet
So it's there is that separation still, and so an adjacent property couldn't be another townhouse development or an R4K without that separation. So anyway, questions about that ordinance? Any other questions?
Could you maybe review the logic on that? I think I've got it, but like why you differentiated between a single family dwelling and townhouse as far as setback to another development like that.
Because we didn't want large clusters of townhouse developments and look like a project and to be just that much density all gathered together. We wanted to have those separated so there was more open space in between them and that didn't look like just a massive cluster of major development with higher density.
Are there others that have been approved that are under construction or?
I misspoke the other night at the
on
planning commission meeting. I mentioned that we had only one other R4K zone, but that was incorrect. We actually have two. The one is right across the street from this one to the south, which was part of the old Peak View subdivision, and they took the very westernly corridor of that development and made it R4K, and it's called Sage Meadows now. And those are single-family R4K lots, only no townhouse lots, and those are in the 8 to 10,000 square foot size, some 6,000, I think. But the other one is on Mid Valley Road, 2300 West, that is south of Monarch Meadows, and just right on the west side or east side of 2300. That one was zoned more recently, and that hasn't had a subdivision proposal yet. So we don't know whether they're going to propose just single-family lots or townhouse lots.
Was that the one there was some confusion between whether they would try and annex?
But their distances are far enough that it doesn't matter. So they when we looked at that, they were 1,000 feet away. There was no other R4K around them, and we didn't have the stipulation in there at that time that says if it's within another R1/2 zone that it had to meet that separation. Now we have that, and so they wouldn't be able to do a development of townhouses that are within 500 feet of that R1/2 zone, which we didn't have previously. So I think this will help in that regard. So there have been two other rezones of R4K. The other thing too is that it is limited to a maximum of 20 acres. And so that's the largest that the development can be, and only 25% of those lots or that the properties within that R4K zone can be townhouses.
At the developer's discretion of where that's placed.
Yeah, as long as it meets the setbacks from the other zones. So yes, they could place those along the road or up behind or.
And wasn't one of the reasons we're changing this is so they can put those townhouses so all that traffic from the higher density isn't going through the subdivision?
Yeah,
so
up through
so they're right by the road.
Single-family lots.
Right.
In this case, that proposed development previously would have required that because it had to be 1,000 feet away, and it pushed it right back up against all of the single-family lots.
Yep.
Other questions?
Was it Rachel? Thank you for coming, Rachel, and your comments. I just wanted to address your comment about the sheep farmer that's next door that might sell his land. And I've heard that a lot. I mean, none of us are, I don't think any of us are really happy that live here with the congestion and the growth. I moved here 45 years ago, so I'm an immigrant from Moab, right? So there's a lot of people here that maybe have been here 10 years, maybe 5, maybe 2, but they find this place desirable. And the thing about, you mentioned the sheep herder, or whether it's a sheep herder or whether it's an alfalfa field across from your house, that farmer, he might be 80, 85 years old. He's tired of farming. He's tired of running sheep. His kids don't want to do it anymore. He's got the land, and he's got old water rights, and he has every right in the world to develop or sell that land. It's a property right, and it's really not appropriate for us as elected officials to tell them they can't do that. So that's, and I get your frustration, and I get your it's tough. I mean, you wait longer to get onto a street. It's congested, but it's a property right, and it's something that I'm not going to tell somebody like that they can't sell their land and make a profit. So.
You can still do it with the current ordinance. That's my point.
Yeah. Right. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Reed.
Any other questions? Okay. So we're ready for an action on this item then.
You got a comment, sir? Okay, come on up to the mic. State your name again, please.
Close the public hearing.
He did.
I did. Sorry. We'll allow your comment. Go.
Mark Crandall. Just let people know perspective. We determined the other night that 1,000 feet is about 250 address numbers.
Mm-hmm.
So 2.5 blocks is the separation you're talking about these townhome clusters.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So any other discussion among the commission?
No, not for me.
I'll entertain a motion.
I think it's Ken's turn.
Make a motion to approve. Just read the ordinance.
Just read it.
Just the ordinance 2025-2, amending section 17.36.320 general requirements regarding separation distances associated with R4K zoning district.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Let's go to item number 2, public hearing discussion on possible approval of a proposed zone change from residential 1 acre R1 to residential 4,000 square feet R4K for approximately 19.22 acres within the description listed in the agenda. This is located near 4800 North to 4950 North and 2700 West Cedar City, Utah.
This is the property that we've been talking about, specifically this, as it was brought before, the project showed, well, you know where we're talking about here. This property is zoned R1 currently, which has R1 to the north and to the east, and R1 half to the south and the west, as well as R4K immediately to the south. We have this proposal that is a little different than a month ago when it came to the Planning Commission, and we had a public hearing here. This is our second round, and you'll recall the last time the very top 5 acres was proposed for R4K and the rest of it was for R1 half. And now the proposal is to do the whole thing in R1 or R4K so that they can do smaller single family lots. And their proposal is something similar to this. This will still have to be tweaked a little bit because we'll still have to accommodate for some drainage and some additional off-street parking and things like that the ordinance will require. But the idea is to not have townhouse lots in this development, to allow for this proposal has R1 half lots along the west and the north sides, and to have 10,000 square foot lots through the rest of it. So no townhouse lots. Now, part of the challenge is, well, can we hold the developer to this? Because this is not a development proposal issue. This is a rezone that doesn't lock in how it can be developed. We have, and the county is prohibited from contract zoning. We can't do a zone conditioned upon them doing certain things. They have the ability to propose a development that meets the ordinance in R4K once it's rezoned to R4K. And so a part of the challenge, of course, is, well, how do we rely on the developer saying that, in fact, this is what he will propose when he comes back? And the developer is saying this is their revised proposal based on an ordinance change and what they heard from the neighbors and their concern about R4K development with townhouses, that they felt like maybe in this particular neighborhood, because of what the R4K is across the street and not doing townhouses there, would be a better accommodation for them, for the neighbors and the concern that the neighbors had. And so I think what we do is that we remind them of that when they come back with the subdivision proposal, which they are intending to do it the next month. So they've spent quite a bit invested in this design, feel like that's the best design for what their proposal will go forward with. So I think if you think that it's in the best interest for the county to rezone this property and see it R4K development for single family lots, then I think that you could specify that in your motion, that your consideration is based on the design that they had. It can't lock them into that, but it can show intent. That you're doing it with their proposal showing them to be single-family lots. And if the if the developer came back in with a development proposal that was different than that, we have a sit down with them and say, in good faith, you projected this, and we can evaluate that, and we can talk with the developer, and we could require a development agreement at that time. If we felt like that wasn't in the best interest of going forward. You can do a development agreement, which is a contract between the developer and the county where the developer voluntarily commits to certain things, and that can be done at any time. We hadn't proposed that. The developer hadn't proposed that because this layout is something that you don't need a development for because it's allowed in the zone as rezoned to R4K with the new ordinance change. So we hadn't contemplated a development agreement because it doesn't require a development agreement. This development could occur under that provision. So that's, I don't know what other information, another consideration, of course, that we heard in the first hearing, and again, I think was still some concern, is that kind of density for septics. Any R4K, and this is a comment I think that generally is applicable throughout the county. R4K is only allowed in a Tier 2 area. It's not allowed in most of the county, only those areas that are in and around the municipalities that have central services, central sewer, central water, good transportation corridors. This is not an area, a development type or a zone that can be applied anywhere in the county. This is very specific to areas that can be on the kinds of infrastructure services that are necessary for that kind of density. So that's an important discussion, because they will be on Central Iron County Water Conservancy District water with fire flow. They would be on central sewer and the Cedar City sewer system, through a subdivision to take care of their drainage and all that kind of stuff. So it's not a typical development.
So they've got I haven't looked at the plan real close, but they've got a detention basin plan to hold their own water.
Yes,
and it's
they'll have to have a on-site retention basin for drainage.
Okay, all right, pretty good.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, Chair will open the public hearing for item number 2. Those who would like to speak, if you can state your name and keep it as short as possible. And don't repeat other people's comments. Thank you.
I just wanted to note, we've got petitions here opposing this. I haven't got a number and I haven't vetted them, but several hundred at least signatures opposing this. And quite a few letters for folks that couldn't be here in person, which I'm happy to read in.
Okay, thank you.
Ready? Okay, Mark Crandall again. This is why I came up here, is you were at the meeting, and when Reed put that plan up on the wall there, I noticed a tone difference of the people from less antagonistic to we could put up with that. So my concern was that the county, in some way, since this is what you were presented for this ordinance change, that you hold the developer to that plan. I think we could deal with it It's certainly a compromise between the original one and what we first went in there. So that would be my like I said, everybody started asking questions, this same question, and I came up here just to propose it to you, redid it.
Well, as Reed mentioned, we can't do that
Yeah.
legally, but we can. The motion can include that we're making this zone change based upon their intent.
Right.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
I'm Rachel Hunt. Thanks for hearing me again. For this zone change, obviously, some neighbors and I live within 2,000 feet of this zone change. And I've lived in Cedar City for 27 years. My great-great-grandfather settled Blanding in Bluff, Utah. So, but I understand growth. I grew up in Dallas, Texas. I know it. I've been there. My biggest concern is this really being planned correctly to preserve our rural parts? And there's the ordinances in place for the R4K. There's zoning in place for this developer to come in and zone. It's already zoned R half and R1. He could develop it how he wants it that way. My concern is just changing these without really having a plan in place. And the signatures, we only had a few weeks and gathered over 200. I have them coming in. Even this morning, I had more coming in as I was waiting here. This is the best interest of the citizens of Iron County. Is there another way to do this? There was some mention of a state mandate for some for some low-cost homes to be built, but not a certain percentage. We've got quite a few places in the county already. Can those stay in the city and not the unincorporated parts? I just want to make sure there's been some good planning going behind this before, just because this happens to be a good place right now, or maybe it's not a good place. Our water isn't here. Can we hold it off for 6 months and see if there's water for this kind of development? Or just let the developers develop it how they can, how it is, how the rules are in place.
So Paul Monroe talked about safe yield in our valley, and safe yield is 21,000 acre feet, and so and I was involved in that committee, the groundwater management plan committee, and Reed Derrickson was on that committee as well, and so water is really going to determine how much growth we have, because these developers have to bring water with their development that's old water. It has to be 1934. Isn't that right, Reed? 35. 1935 water to the development, and there's only so many acre feet of that priority date or older, and so that's going to control growth in our valley. But like I said in my comment, is those people that own those old water rights and own the land, they have the right to do it.
Sell them, right. But
they have the right to sell them or develop.
But the rules are there for them to still be able to develop the lots how they want to, right? We don't have to change the zoning today to allow a different kind of growth. There's still the R4K, the ordinance is already there that you just passed.
Well, and I think one of the mandates the state's given to us, and one thing I'm concerned about is the ability for our kids to afford to buy a house. And the R4K allows a smaller lot, a smaller home, and our kids can maybe afford that. They can build equity in that smaller home, smaller lot idea, concept, and then they can maybe move up when their family grows. They can take that equity and move up to a larger home.
Hopefully not these, some of the places I was driving around. I don't know if I'd want my kids living in these kind of things. Where those are townhomes that are attached to each other, right? So like he's saying, homes that have some yards, that kind of situation is definitely better than homes that are touching each other and there's no place for kids. This development that he had up, it has like 8 visitor parking spots. It doesn't have any parks yet. It doesn't have your retention. So obviously things are going to change with that. But yes, please, hold these developers to making it how it needs to be. And the infrastructure, these kind of developments work really well when there's infrastructure already there. In all your spare time, look up Bonton, Bonton farm in downtown Dallas. A pastor and his wife sold all their belongings and bought some really crappy property downtown Dallas, and they made a tiny home village there, and it survives because they made a community garden and a restaurant that the people there work at. you just put some planning behind these so it is a place your kids like. Have you talked to people that live in these places?
We're well
I've talked to some
past 3
people.
Yeah,
oh, sorry.
Sorry,
I've talked
I
to some
just
people in
wanted
some
to let you finish.
in St. George that they are not happy with their development. So just please, we just want you to plan as best as you can. We know it's a big deal, but think about it. Yes, as if your kids were living there. Would you want to live there? So thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Travis Brunson. One of the things got mentioned the other night that kind of there's some confusion. If someone owns a piece of property and they want to sell it, they absolutely should be able to. But when I came here and I purchased my property, I looked at zonings. I didn't know what the tiers were. I got educated. I'll admit that. But I looked at my zoning. I saw what my property was zoned with. And we talked about equity. There is equity in that. You build high density housing next to my house, I'm not a developer. That is my retirement. That is my future, is my equity in my home that just went down. So, we're talking about the 4K right south of the road. It doesn't take a genius to know we're going to grid pattern this out. So if you start talking about a rural atmosphere, I come from a very small rural community. I guarantee you, grid patterning out high density housing is not rural. We talk about the bill for this. The developer is going to cover the edge of his property because he's a business person. He's there to make money. That road's going to have to get expanded. That means eminent domain along the rest of Mid-Valley because that's the only way that works. You look at the way the in and out of that. That means you're going to have to expand 2,300 north of Mid-Valley. These are all things we're in the hook for. We talk about water. There is a limit to that. We talk about rural character. If he wants to develop the land he has that he purchased the same way I purchased, he should be able to. That farmer or rancher or sheepman wants to sell their property, they absolutely should be, the same way I could. But I followed the rules. I knew what I was getting into. Changing this to R4K changes the rules of the property he purchased. That's my concern. I know what I got into. It's changing. There is a bill to be paid for this. And I'm very concerned with the people who live there. The hundreds of people who signed a petition are the ones getting stuck with that bill. And I'm sorry, the low-cost housing is going to be mine. Take a second to pull up Zillow and look around the property value of the houses around these high density, around these townhomes. The low-cost housing is not the townhome. The low-cost housing is all the housing around the townhome. Look at the crime. Sit there and look at a crime heat map. The density goes up around high-density housing, especially if we're talking about low-cost high-density housing. So I have a simple question I asked the other night. Maybe I didn't get it out right. As a citizen, as the people and we the people who live here, how does this benefit me? Because I'm very concerned that people who don't live, and I was one of the people who didn't live here, but the people coming in and developer are being very well taken care of. And I am very concerned when I look at my family, my future, the equity in my home, the rules I followed, the things I checked before I got here are changing. So that's my concern. And I'm sorry if I'm a little bit fired up, but I have one house. I'll be paying on that long after I'm in the dirt. And the idea of someone coming in here and changing the rules so they can increase their density and a developer can make a little bit more money than they thought, it just doesn't sit right. The developer has a right. The landowner has a right to develop that property. My concern is the changing of the zoning so he can make more money, because there is a bill to be paid, as in everything in life, and it's going to be us. So that's my concern. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. Lita Woznicki. Where this is being built on 2700, we live one street over on 2800. And the traffic that we've already got there is just crazy already. The traffic is going to be so bad on Mid-Valley Road. We're not going to be able to get out of our roads, to go on to Mid-Valley. We work with we're adamantly opposed to townhomes because it just brings the wrong kind of people. There'll be a lot of rentals from the townhomes, a lot of people renting them, and the wrong kind of people will rent them. We work with a young lady whose granddaughter was just murdered a couple weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. And the people that did it are 4 boys that live in townhomes on London Highway. It just brings the wrong type of people. Single family homes are much better. It's just going to bring a lot of traffic to our area, and we just are really opposed to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Greg Anderson, and some of the concerns I have is where they said that I went to the meeting on Thursday, and they said that there's no mandatory amount for the 4K in the 4K code of how many you're mandated to do in the area. Is that correct, what you said, that there's no quota? Okay, so you've got a 4K mandate or project going across the street that hasn't finished, and so you don't know what it is. So is there a need for that, or is it just something that you decided that you wanted to do in this particular area? You know, and I did some contracting in St. George for a number of years. And when you say that you're going to change the zoning from the R1 to a 4K, and where they had it partially separate, and now they want to do the whole thing. And he says, well, they're going to do this and they're going to do this. Well, I'll tell you what, he'll put every single amount of 4K that he can on that property if you rezone it to 4K. There won't be, he can put anything he wants up here, he can put anything he wants down the side, and he can give these guys a plan. But he's not obligated to do that plan, just like he said, they can come back in and renegotiate, which you can. But he'll come back in and be able to say, hey, my whole property is 4K now. Instead of saying, this is what you're gonna do right now, we're not gonna change. You know, like if you go in and buy, like the previous gentleman, he bought his knowing where he was zoned, you know, and I can guarantee you that that he will develop every inch that he can within the 4K and not what he has on a piece of paper, because he can just go in and say, this is what you zoned it. And you'll have to abide by what the property is zoned, not by what he wrote down or what he may have said. It's what's there in black and white. You know, and the thing that really surprised me is where this is supposed to be a public hearing and you're supposed to take public opinion and stuff. Well, at the meeting on Thursday when I went to that, I didn't see anybody from the developer. I didn't hear anybody on a positive note from the developer that was there. All I heard was approximately 100 people or so were there, and everybody that got up said, we don't mind them building there. We don't want the 4K. And the committee there, to me, was 100% tone deaf. Because if you have that many people getting up and talking against a project and you have one dissenting vote, I mean, how are you listening to the people? You're not. You've already predetermined in your mind what it is you want to do. The way I seen it is because if, 100 people came to me and said no, and the developer, so it seemed to me like the committee down there is fighting harder for the developer than he is for the people that are against it. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Berta McGregor, and I'm a realtor, and I'm looking at this from the investment side for single families. Townhomes are a nightmare. If you think that you can put your kids into a townhome for several years and have them appreciate the same as a single family home, you're quite mistaken. In 2006 through 2010, the townhomes that we had in Cedar City sold for half of what they originally sold for. They were almost all foreclosures and short sales. That can happen again in our society. If you want your kids to be able to move up, they need to invest in a single-family home. I would absolutely limit the number of townhomes that are going up in this area, because it will become rental haven, because people will lose them, and there is no real appreciation in townhomes if you're realistic. Thank you.
Ma'am, I was referring more to the single-family home.
Yeah,
when I made
and
that
I knew
statement.
that,
Like the Eagle
but-
Rock development.
but
down
there
there
are so
that
many-
I hope people drive down and
Right?
look at.
Oh no, it's a good area. It really is. I live in I live off 91, and I do like that. And the fact that Ted Stephenson went in and put in the brick homes, that was wonderful, because it really helped that community. So if you're doing something like that, maybe a little bit bigger, I can understand that, and I think that's the way to go. But all of these townhomes that are going in, it's a nightmare.
Yeah, but I do take offense at people that say that just because you live in a townhome, you're going to murder somebody.
I didn't say that.
Well, it was said. I know you didn't say that, but
I said there
it was
bad-
inferred.
I know.
And I've even had people.
No.
I've even had people who live next to a townhome development say they don't even want those kind of people walking up their street, which I think is very offensive.
That was not my point.
I
It was an
know you
investment.
didn't make that, but I've heard that in other meetings,
Oh, I
and
know.
so
I understand
sometimes that's all they can afford. It's either they do that or sleep in their car. Sometimes, so.
Well, what I'm saying is, the way you're going with the smaller lots, it does take away from the rural, but it does give people an investment opportunity.
Right.
But the townhomes really are not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments on this
Sure,
topic?
I actually have a public
Oh,
comment.
do you? Okay.
That I want
and then if we probably ought to, for people that can't come, we should read some of those to give them a chance to be heard.
So, I've lived here for 48 years, and I grew up in Spanish Trails, which is a little bit closer to town than what we're talking about. I just had a couple of points. I really appreciate the work that Reed and Rich and everybody does in the planning and zoning, and this comment's probably actually better for that body. But I've mentioned it to both of these gentlemen. I would love to see us figure out a way to consider higher density in terms of walkability, in terms of like some actual proper planning. It's interesting to me because I rode my bike a lot when I was a kid, and it looked way different. I mean, I rode my bike clear out by where this is, and it was one of my favorite places to be. May or may not have gotten in trouble out at the dairy there once or twice. But it's interesting to kind of watch it if you look out in the valley. As I live in Cedar and I work here in Perro and I drive, and it's interesting to watch the density increase. And we've had more problems with flooding, and we've addressed those kind of issues with developments in terms of these basins that we require developers to do. But I would love us to try and figure out a way to think more about transportation corridors, and I know we do, and also walkability for something like this, because it is limited to Tier 2. It is limited to where there's sewer. I live in Cedar, and we had a high-density housing place go up right in the golf course. And so they kind of have to walk past the 13th fairway to get to the Family Dollar that didn't exist when the place was built. And property rights do need to reign supreme, but I think the ability to plan, I think it gets away from us, especially with such unprecedented growth. And I don't know what the best answer is, but I would love to see these be more of a community. Kind of to your point, Commissioner, less of a project. Anyway, I'm rambling, but the point being, is I'd love to see them be able to be placed in a manner that they're walkable. I know the criteria that allows for a R4K zone, and the fact that we really do respect property rights does kind of mean that maybe they get put on the golf course or clear out Mid Valley Road, and that's tricky. And I don't know how to solve that, but if I were king for a day, they would be walkable to a store or something so that people wouldn't have to.
And John, back to my point, I
Oh, yeah.
think Cedar City passed the FNZ, which is Family Neighborhood Zone,
Mhm.
which I think Tyler Melling had a lot to do with. And I think those are it's very similar, isn't it? Very similar to our 4K ordinance in Cedar City's boundaries.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. And John, you want to read some of those? How many do we have?
3 or 4.
Okay. Maybe read a couple.
And I forgot my water today, so bear with me. The math ended up being 270 if I didn't duplicate any pages as far as the number of signers on that petition. And I saw at least one duplicate name come up, so it's going to be lower than that, but first blush was 270. This is from David Hewitt. Letter in opposition to high-density development in the middle of Cedar Valley. My name is David Hewitt. I'm a direct responsible charge water system operator living in Iron County within the Cedar Valley. As a water operator dealing with 4 small systems across the Cedar Valley, the increased development is a worry in relation to availability of water. I do not write this as a representative of any system, but as a resident with in-depth knowledge of water in our area. Over the last 50 years, areas within Cedar Valley, we have seen the aquifer levels decreasing up to 100 feet. In the area of this proposal, the value is 40 feet in some wells. This isn't a significant the Central Iron County Water Conservancy District, but for small systems with only 1 or 2 wells, it will create a huge burden on systems to be able to be sustainable if well drilling and deepening is required due to others pulling huge quantities of water from the same aquifers. The situation is so dire that the Utah Division of Water Resources has a a water management plan for the Cedar Valley that will be restricting water rights in our area. If development is allowed to continue in this area, this is putting a death sentence for small rural water systems and individual users, and this will be a hidden cost to the county over the next years. Some of the small systems in our area are already struggling to extract enough water for their use due to failing wells. If you go ahead with this, you are condemning some of these systems and property owners to desert, depth, and dry taps. I implore you to consider not allowing expansion with this area, especially not high density zoning. Penny Jones. That's 4 pages. I'm going to paraphrase. She says she's had a surgery she can't attend. Some serious concerns. She lives in the area. She doesn't feel like the neighbors were notified sufficiently. She feels like they were intentionally left out of the process. The room was already full when they got there for the Thursday meeting. Felt like the Planning Commission had made up their minds before the meeting started. Didn't feel like the concerns brought up by the public were really considered. That the area was not zoned for high-density housing. The zoning was changed to accommodate this. The roads would be insufficient. More on traffic. Talking about fatalities at Mid-Valley Road and Minersville Highway. A $600,000 study that said that Mid-Valley could handle the traffic. I believe that was a different study. Right now, it's already difficult making a left-hand turn onto Lund Highway. And at one point we were told the decision was about money. I have no objection to people making money. What I do object to is changing the rules in the middle of the game. Over a decade ago, when we bought our modest home on 5 acres in Mid-Valley Estates, we knew we could not subdivide and agreed to it. The property owner on 2700 North and Mid-Valley Road knew that they were not zoned for high-density housing, but want to make more money, and that's not right. My husband and I, as well as our neighbors, moved out here for the rural lifestyle. Say that 10 times fast. We were shown tentative plans for the high-density community. I didn't notice any areas for children. It's a place where the kids won't be able to socialize and bad things will happen. I was under the impression that planning and zoning was supposed to quote-unquote plan. I love children, but where are they going to go to a school? Three Peaks Elementary is bursting at the seams. I would respectfully request that you do not sign off on this, but instead send it back to the planning and zoning and have a real public hearing where the surrounding neighbors can express their concerns with, and I'm adding emphasis as she's typed it, with planning and zoning instead of being told what will happen in our neighborhood. There was no consulting us, and this time publicize the meeting to the surrounding neighborhoods and maybe have this be the only item on the agenda so it can be worked out and schedule a room large enough.
Maybe just one more, John.
Yeah, it's okay. That was a duplicate. Oh, and that was a duplicate. They were just the two.
Okay, very good.
Triplicate.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments?
Quadruplicate.
Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Reed, was there any, on this kind of development, is there any requirement for open space on these? So can you address that?
Yeah, we'll
Parks.
come back with a development proposal and ensure that it meets the ordinance. But the ordinance does require a minimum of one. I think it's a half acre, depending on how many units there are. There's a formula in the code that talks about how that will work.
A lot of them are getting creative. They're digging big, deep holes, putting boulders in there, covering it with fabric and dirt, and using that for their park. And that's also their retention pond underneath. So that's what some of them are doing these days, which is interesting. Okay. Any discussion?
I just, I'm encouraged. I'm encouraged to see the plan change to single-family dwellings instead of condos in that area. I think it's a much more appropriate use. I would, I would also, if I make the motion that we add in the consideration is based on the proposal of the single-family dwellings as now, as presented by the developer. I think it's a better plan than what we were presented with last time. I guess I'll leave it at that. If there's any other comment.
I agree with those comments. The concern that I have is that, yeah, we hold this developer's feet to the fire, but if we change the zoning, then who's to say down the road the next developer says, well, here it is. This is what I'm going to do, and I'm going to develop the best way that I see fit. And that is my concern. And there's been several comments about the rules change in the middle of the game, and that's a valid, very valid concern. People move to this area to enjoy the ag community, and the thing that they don't realize, and I entertained complaints about the subdivision that's next to that as that was being developed. I had customers come to me and tell me, damn it, why are they doing that? I moved out in that area so that I wouldn't have a neighbor. Now all these neighbors are coming in. And so, it's a very difficult decision. But if we change that zoning, then that just opens the floodgates, I'm afraid.
I will addend my own comments to say I don't feel like any of this is somebody changing the rules midstream. I think it's that there's an inevitable stream that we're
right.
Some people are, you know what I mean? It's a tough one. Like I say, I grew up there, and I rode my mom's 10-speed right by there a bunch of times. And
I agree with your comments, and we need to do these, but we need to do them closer to town to where they're not out in the valley. We need the housing. There's absolutely no doubt as I watch my kids struggle. We need the housing, but I don't think this is the correct place to do it and the correct way to do it.
So it's like there's a motion.
Was that a motion?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just made a comment.
I wrote you down for a motion.
No, I didn't make a motion yet, and
Okay.
Was considering.
but I, you know, I
You
think-
said the magic words, man. You got to be careful.
I know.
Like an auctioneer. up here.
I'm going to make a motion though, and with one more comment. The bottom line is property rights. The bottom line is these people purchase that property and they have the right to do that. I appreciate the fact that they are willing to change it up and not do townhomes there. But the bottom line is these folks have the right to do that, and I believe that our planning and zoning has worked tirelessly to make this the best, least impact on the current community, still honoring the property rights of those folks that purchase the property. So I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to move for approval of the proposed zone change from residential 1 acre R1 to residential 4,000 square feet R4K for approximately 19.22 acres within the legal description as provided in the agenda, located near 4800 North to 4950 North and 2700 West. I'd also add that this motion is given consideration based on the proposal of single-family dwelling lots and not condominiums. That's my motion.
Townhouse.
Townhomes. That's. I knew that condos wasn't the right word, but townhomes. Condos is the 70s verbiage. We're townhomes now.
You're dating yourself.
That's my motion.
Okay. If you don't want to second that,
I don't want to second that.
I'll second that motion. So it's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Okay. So there's been one dissent and 2 yays. So the motion passes. Thank you. Let's go to item number 3, public hearing and discussion and possible approval of a proposed general plan amendment, tier changes, tier 2 to tier 4 and tier 4 to tier 2 for properties currently in the Parowan and Paraguna tier 2 urban expansion areas. Properties located within the sections located or described in the agenda. This is the applicant is Iron County. Reed?
Let me clarify that the tier 4 to tier 2 is around the Paraguna area, and the tier 2 to tier 4 is in the Parowan area. So we do have both, and we're including them together because it was part of the same study area when we did the Utah Geological Survey septic tank density analysis, and they had this study area in which we evaluated the total septics in that area, and that was part of the driver behind these changes. I just put on the board, and we talked about it at the last meeting, and I went into it extensively Thursday night at the Planning Commission meeting. But this has been an ongoing effort to try to reevaluate the zoning since 1980 when zoning came into place. The block of property that was zoned R1 half and R1 around all the municipalities just didn't develop that way.
Can you pull that map up, Reed?
Which one?
That shows the.
This is the map that shows the study area and around Parowan and Paraguna and what the zoning is currently. The darker shaded areas were the area that calculated the total number of septics in that area and evaluated it for septic density. The heavy purple line that goes around that the blue line is that study area boundary and is shaded. And it was done with the intent to try to determine appropriate densities, and since then we have, in both cases, are recommending a smaller tier 2 area than what that study area was. So reduces the total number of septics that would be in each of those areas based on the shrinking of the Tier 2 in both of those areas from the study area. Even though it's an expansion of Tier 2 in Paraguna, it's still a reduction from what the study area included in terms of the total number of lots that were already in that area. So let me go back and just explain a little bit on the tiering for those who are not aware. The tiering is a system, and in light of the fact that we have the history here of all of the things that have transpired since they were originally zoned. And one of those primarily has to do with the tiering system that came into place. Since we zoned in 1980 and 1995, the general plan instigated the tiering system, and in 2005 really modified the tiering system in the general plan to talk about what kind of densities could occur in Tier 2 and the type of development that is anticipated in Tier 2 and the annexation policy plans of the community. In the ordinance in the zone or the general plan change in 2005, one of the things that was listed in that is that we would initiate tier changes and zone changes to be commensurate with the municipality's growth areas and the land development patterns at that time and what we've seen since then. And not knowing exactly how to do that, we engaged, and it took several years to get these septic tank density studies done through the Utah Geological Survey in the acquisition of grant funding and the time it took to contract with the Utah Geological Survey and get the studies done and then evaluate those studies. And now here we are a couple of years later making these changes that were really initiated in 2005. And we've been working through that process since then. So the philosophy and the idea behind them is that we would concentrate growth first in Tier 1 and then in Tier 2 and then in Tier 3. And the Tier 4 area is the whole rest of the county, which would not anticipate growth. It would not anticipate the development of urban densities. It did away with the ability of somebody out in the thitherlands, kind of like what you're talking about, maybe this kind of density doesn't belong that far out. Well, that's what Tier 4 is. It's far out. And the reason that the densities are more appropriate in Tier 2, even in this last case that we talked about, is because infrastructure is available. We have water, we have central sewer, we don't have that everywhere in the county. We have to select where that's available. And that's what Tier 2 does. It steers that kind of density closer to the municipalities. And that's why in the case of the Parowan plan, the idea is to shrink that Tier 2 because we don't have that infrastructure available out in that area. In Tier 4, we don't have that infrastructure, but the reason that we're looking at a larger proposal there is because Paraguna town doesn't have any interest in annexing any property or have any growth. And so it still gives property owners the ability around that community to divide into 5 acres. There's not that many properties that can do that, but at least a few that can still accommodate a 5-acre lot. And so the whole idea of the tiering system is to try to focus that density in and around the municipalities, and as the municipalities grow, recognizing that they will have a certain land pattern and development pattern, and we want to work with the municipalities and not interfere with that opportunity for their development pattern to expand out into those areas. And if you do subdivisions of higher density than that outside of their within their tier growth area, then that kind of stifles their opportunity to grow, like Monte Vista and Buena Vista and a number of subdivisions that were done in the county that the city will never annex. And that's bad growth because it's hard to provide services to those places when we have to go into the city and to find one little isolated island of unincorporated area and plow their snow and then go out and nobody gets good service that way. So it's more efficient to do it in a more moderate growth pattern. And so what I put up here is just kind of the reason behind all of that. And our primary focus was septic density. We wanted to protect the groundwater. We were really concerned about the number of septics that are out in those areas, and that's just a graphic from the Utah Geological Survey showing how that infiltrates into the groundwater. I'm just going to flip through a couple of these slides really quick that shows these are all the wells that were tested in that area, how they did the hydrologic cross-section, determined how much flow there was.
When is that testing from, Reed?
This was all done in 2003 and 4. In 2001 and 2. The study was finished in 2003, and that's when we evaluated it. I keep saying 03, 23,
Oh,
20,
just did.
21,
So didn't we
22, and
just do that?
23. Sorry about
You living in the past, Reed?
The original study for Cedar Valley was 2005. That's where we came up with a 5-acre that we extrapolated across the county. And then we knew that that may not be accurate in these other 4 study areas of Parowan, Paraguna, Canaryville, Summit, Newcastle, where there were higher concentrations of septic. So in 2001-ish, we went to the 2021-ish, and got the studies done. They were published in 2023, and we adopted at that time an amendment to the general plan for the tiering densities in Tier 2. And they went to 10 acres, and all of the other study areas except for Parowan and Paraguna, which stayed at 5, which is what we had before. This is just an example of the math that goes into that mass balance approach. The idea was that they would take the amount of water for recharge, take the number of septics that were out there, how much sewage was going into the groundwater from them, how much was available for mixing, the type of soil that they had, the gradient of the soil, and all that formula, and they, plug it all in and come up with these recommended densities. What that did is in those 4 study areas, and if you look at the Parowan Paraguna area, it's at the very bottom, theirs was the only one that didn't have already maxed out system. That there was still a provision in addition to the 329 septic systems that were already there, and the 471, 773 existing parcels, there could still be, thank you, Dan, there could still be an additional 67 septics that would go into that area. And so by increasing the opportunity around Paraguna and decreasing it around Parowan because they have central sewer, that made still within the provisions of not exceeding those densities. So when we originally, this is a slide from 2023, when we were looking at, okay, how do we do the density? And you can see the purple line was the study area line, and you can see all of the small lots that are out around that. But then we said if we concentrated those into a closer area around Paraguna, that's essentially what we're now recommending for the Tier 2 area. And so that's kind of, we've examined that over the last couple of years and evaluated how that does for math and the numbers. This is the exact way that it looks right now with the Tier 2, recognizing that Paraguna has a very small Tier 2 area outside of the municipal boundary. It is basically the municipal boundary with one little exception on the north end that isn't already in the town. The one on the east side has been annexed into the town. So this is what we would recommend for a tier change. This is what the blue dotted line would say. We'd take that to a Tier 2, which would essentially allow properties within that who have larger than 10 acres would be able to divide that property down, because if they have 9 acres, they couldn't get 2 5-acre lots, so they couldn't divide. So there's only maybe, in combination on that whole area, there might be around 20-ish properties that are over 10 acres that could actually be divided down. And a lot of those could only divide once. Some of them could get 4 or 5-acre lots.
And Reed, you're not dictating to any municipality their annexation boundary or their annexation declaration area. That's not right there.
No, I encouraged them at our planning commission meeting with Paraguna that they consider enlarging their annexation expansion area to go to this Tier 2 area so that they could have more influence on the ability to govern densities and have that opportunity to grow if they wanted to, because a municipality has to have they cannot annex property that is not within their annexation expansion area.
Well, and Reed,
so-
one of the things that instigated this septic density survey was Enoch, for instance. They had 2 wells. I think it's by just east of the nursery, that subdivision there off of Minersville, east of Minersville Highway, and 2 of their wells got so high in nitrates they had to shut them down. And they were good wells, but once
they were city wells
Right.
using for city water at the time that all of those septic systems were eliminated and they went on to central sewer.
Right.
They were still usable wells at that time.
Right, but eventually that percolated down to the groundwater, contaminated that, and they had to be shut down. So, and once you get nitrates in that, you can never get rid of it.
Nitrates are cumulative.
So the motivation, of course, is groundwater and opportunity for development and trying to balance that. The basic recommendation from the Utah Geological Survey was get on central sewer. Here's some densities that you can live with, and for septic to build out until you can't do it anymore. But it's limited.
This will force the Newcastles, the Canairvilles, the Paragunas to have a central. Eventually, get a central.
Yeah, their recommendation was ultimately the best way to protect the groundwater is to get on central sewer, and ultimately that's what we want to do, and we want to, create a way to get there.
Right.
We talked about
it's just a growing pain.
A septic, a sewer district, just like the Water Conservancy District. But we could do a county-wide sewer district that has the ability to plan for some of these areas and get, you heard Paul talk about the grant that they got and the low interest loan to put some of this infrastructure in and do major tanks and places that can serve the whole area. That's what we need now to look towards sewer, is the creation of a sewer district where everybody can start getting some engineering and start working on that and figuring out how to make that happen.
I'm assuming there's grants for those kinds of things, and so they could.
There's. It's just who's going to work on that.
Right.
Nobody has the time to devote to that
Mayor's
right
busy.
now, or the expertise. To be able to know how to go about doing that. And each municipality is kind of left with that too. They're struggling with their own water systems and their own roads, and it's just not something in their wheelhouse and their vision. They're not going there. And so that's why I think these are steps in that direction. So what we're recommending within that Tier 2 area, and I'll talk a little bit about the zoning here, but mostly it's for the tiering, because we'll have this public hearing for the tiering, take action on that, then we'll have another public hearing for the zoning changes in that area, because they're 2 separate actions. The tier change is a general plan change, and the zoning is simply a zoning change to the zoning map. So our thought is that we would go with a RA20 around the Tier 2 area, and within the Tier 2 area you go to all R5, with the exception of just a little bit of R1/2 that's located right here. They're already small lots, half acre or smaller, that are on there, and it doesn't make any sense to make those R5 because they're already that small, and they exist and they're legal lots of record. One of the other things I wanted to say is that we are recognizing that every lot that exists as a legal lot of record is eligible for a septic system. We're not saying that they have to have 5 acres to have a septic now. If they're an acre lot or a half acre lot, they can still get a septic.
Grandfathered in.
They're pre-existing non-conforming.
How did the numbers look on that second? I guess it'd be the 3rd tier.
No, there's only Tier 1 here, which is Paraguna. Tier 2, which is the gold, and the rest is Tier 4. Tier 3 is a future urbanizing area, like a new community, or Summit and Newcastle are Tier 3s. They're unincorporated existing.
So what is the purple on this one then?
4.
Tier 4.
This is Tier 4.
The pinkish purple color is rezoning to RA20. The proposal is to rezone that, but it's all in Tier 4, that and beyond. There's no boundary there. We're just recognizing that we want to rezone that to RA20. Our staff and Planning Commission recommendation is to rezone around the Tier 2 to RA20, which is kind of a buffer area for the community to eliminate the impact of heavy industrial type agricultural uses, things that a number of years ago when we created the RA20 zone, we wanted to look at some of these areas around the municipalities with the idea that a lot of our RA20 zone, or excuse me, our A20 zone is very broad. It has a lot of different possible uses in it, and that's intentional. It's to give as many opportunities as possible to as many different types of uses in a large rural unincorporated area when there's really not a lot of possibility for urban densities in residential because of the lack of infrastructure. But there might be a lot of different industrial type agricultural uses that are there, and heavier agricultural uses. So within the RA20, we took out of the A20 all of those heavy impact that are not good neighbors to residential. Large pig farms, dairies, concentrated animal feeding operations, cubing operations, fertilizer businesses that may not be, the best neighbors for residential sometimes, and they really belong in either industrial or heavier agricultural areas. So that's what's been removed from the RA20 zone. Now the RA20 zone still allows large numbers of animals. It's still quite agriculturally oriented, but it does eliminate gravel pits and some of the things that may not be as good neighbors for residential. So the idea is, from a planning perspective, create that area buffer around the municipalities and the Tier 2 growth areas that are a little more shielded from some of those potential impacts from residential or heavy industrial agriculture. So that's the Tier 2. So that's around Paragoon. Here's around Parowan. Again, as we looked at the larger purple area around the larger boundary and shrunk back to the shaded area, what we talked about, this is our 2023 map. Here's what we would look today. It's very similar. The blue dotted line is what we're proposing to shrink that Tier 2 boundary that was so large before that Parowan recognized that when they did their annexation policy plans, and they in the 90s and in the 2000s, they had the idea that by having a larger area out there, they would have more control of that area, be able to determine uses, land uses, and stuff like that. Since then, the legislature changed the criteria for planning in the urban growth areas of municipalities and required them to look at a 20-year growth window. These Tier 2s are still beyond 20-year growth areas. And so I think that the municipalities are scaling back when they redo their annexation policy plans. They're scaling back those growth areas because now they need to focus it within a 20-year window. And so it doesn't make a lot of sense to take all that area that had been all zoned R1/2 for since 1980 out there that can't develop in R1/2. It's created a lot of confusion for a lot of people who say, my property is zoned R1 or R1/2 or R5. I want to subdivide it now. And we say, it's out in the Tier 4 or it's outside of the municipal service area, or you need 5 acres for septic, and it's just caused a lot of confusion. So that's one of the motivations for these rule changes is. Now with the smaller Tier 2 area, we would recommend that to now contain that area of R5, and there's a little blue section right there on the north side of I-15 that is light industrial, but then the rest would go around as RA20. The pinkish purple color would be a recommendation for zone change from A20 to RA20, or R1/2 to RA20, or R1, some of those different zones that exist in that residential area. So are there specific questions that you have about any of these maps or what we're talking about with these tier changes? I know that we've been talking about for several months now, and it was on the agenda last month, and so I don't know specifically. I tried to, just for benefit of public, explain that a little bit more than I think you may have needed, but any good specific questions?
And to clarify, the purple goes out forever. I mean, that's Tier 4, right?
No, it's just right where it is. Everything outside of that is zoned A20.
Okay.
So and it's not a tier. It's all in the Tier 4. Anything outside of that heavy blue dotted line is Tier 4. And we're just recommending that a portion of that around that Tier 2 be rezoned to RA20, but it's still in Tier 4, which means 20-acre minimum lots.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and open public hearing on item number 3. If you'd like to come up, state your name. And
Mark Evans, I lived here 72 and 11 months. But
is that all, Mark?
That's all.
Look like you're 50, Mark.
On the Tier 4, I just wondered, if they have, how many animals is considered a big production? I mean, if you wanted a little feedlot of 100 head, could you not put it in that Tier 4?
In Tier 4.
You can do, it's more based on the zoning. An RA20 still allows 999 animal units. So yes, you could still do more animals than you'd want on a 20-acre lot.
Okay. Because I have krells and stuff, right?
And again, all of the existing uses are grandfathered. They're pre-existing non-conforming uses. They can continue to operate voluntarily suspended for a year.
thanks, Mark.
But you'd have to go into that Tier 4 or have a conditional use permit to be able to do like an intensive dairy or something like that. Is that the? Yeah. With the A20.
In A20.
More of a question for Reed, Austin Levitt. If you could toggle back to the Paraguna map out at Foothill, that purple off of Foothill Drive there, what's that indicating? And
That's a pre-existing subdivision called Scottsville. Is that right, the name?
Yeah. Right, yeah.
I think it is. Scottsville subdivision that was subdivided and developed long before any of these tiering systems or anything came into place. It was just a subdivision that was out there, something that we would never now be able to do with a tiering system because it's outside of the Tier 2. It's in a Tier 4 area. It has these changes have no impact on that at all.
Okay.
That's just a pre-existing subdivision.
Thank you.
I think the confusion is that these purples are very much the same, but it's these two purples, not the outer purple.
We'll get it better. When we have GIS and Kendall do it instead of me doing it on my PDF, we get better separation in the colors.
And hopefully you're not colorblind.
Right. So what that was a great question. So those are pre-existing small lots, and it's just recognition that those are pre-existing small lots.
And this is Rich Wilson speaking.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rich.
Any other comments on this topic? If not, we will close the public hearing and go to the commission for discussion. Any discussion or questions?
I don't have any question.
I don't.
Reed?
Nope, I have nothing more. I'm ready for an action. Would be the growth areas around Parowan to go from Tier 2 to Tier 4, and the Paraguna go from Tier 4 to Tier 2.
I would make a motion to approve the proposed general plan amendment, tier changes, Tier 2 to Tier 4, and Tier 4 to Tier 2 for properties currently in the Parowan and Paraguna Tier 2 urban expansion areas. Properties located within sections. Do you want me to read all that, John?
You don't have to.
As listed on the agenda.
As listed on the agenda. Thank you, Reed.
Stopped doing that a long time ago.
We used to read it, and then we got tongue-tied, so we just said refer to the agenda. Did you? Okay. Second.
That was a motion.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the tier change. So now associated with that are the zone change proposals that would go take these properties in the Paraguna area from A20 around the Tier 2 currently, the R1 half and the R1 within those peninsulas of Paraguna town to go to all to R5 and the one R half that remains. And then the properties around that to this RA20 as designated on the map. And since we don't have legal descriptions for those specifically, I think we would just do them in accordance with the map, the proposed map change.
Okay.
So that's the Paraguna area, the Parowan area, very similar. This is the existing map, so you see a bunch of R1/2 all out around there, and R5 that would go to RA20, and the R5 within that Tier 2 area that was just approved. Again, a reminder that both of this tier change and the zone change recommendations were recommended for approval by the Planning Commission after also having two public hearings and over several months of discussion.
Okay. For the record, I'll read the entirety of number 4. Public hearing, discussion, and possible approval of proposed zone changes around Parowan R1/2, A20, C, and L. Is that I? LI to light industrial to R5, R1/2, R5, and A20 to RA20. Around Paraguna, A20, R1 and R1/2 to R5, A20 to RA20 for properties currently in and around the Parowan and Paraguna Tier 2 urban expansion area properties located in the sections that's listed in the agenda. And with that, do you have any more, Reed, on that? If not, we'll go to the commission for discussion or
open comment.
Oh, I'm sorry, public hearing. Almost forgot the public. So Chair will declare the public hearing open on this topic, if you'd like to speak to it. Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing and go to the commission. Sorry about that.
Thank you. I guess that's the result of having it drag on so many minutes and over so many meetings. Everybody's.
We gave you a mulligan. You got to give me one.
No. Again, the tier changes as recommended by the Planning Commission and as we've been working on for several months, for years.
Good work. It's a lot of work. Thank you. Good planning.
All right. I will move for approval of the proposed zone changes, just exactly as Commissioner Cousins read into the official minutes.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. Number 5, public hearing, discussion, and possible approval of a proposed zone change from agriculture 20 acre A20 to light industrial LI for approximately 269.28 acres within sections listed in the agenda. And this is located near SR 56 to 600 North and 6100 West to 6900 West. Applicant is Diamond S Holdings, and Go Civil is the engineering company. Reed?
Thank you. And I just also want to say thank you on these other items. As long as they've gone on, and sometimes it gets hard to continue to belabor those, but I appreciate your patience in working through that and all of the public comments that we've had on those. And I think it's been helpful to educate and as well as, set a better direction. I think they're good planning steps to move us in the right direction for the future. So I appreciate all that consideration. This zone change is located just off of Highway 56 on the north side past the Y as you're going west out of Cedar Valley. This is the layout of the properties you can see on this map, there was a new road that was put in 200 South that lines up here with 6300 West. So this is 6300 West and this is 200 South. So this is SR 56 runs along the south boundary here. This is 6100 West to 6900 West on this side. That's part of a master planned road system. And this is the property that you can see here a little bit about how it's situated in relation to the belt route, which is to the east. The shaded area of the white shaded area, this is Cedar City municipal boundary, and this is the Tier 2 boundary right here. So this falls outside of Tier 2. It's still within the Cedar City growth area annexation policy plan, and this is the current zoning on the property. The property to the west or to the south is light industrial currently. We've rezoned that in 2 different blotches. There was a 40-acre piece, and then the rest of that is continued to develop in light industrial, and as 200 South was put in. That's all in and is a good asphalt paved road going off of Highway 56, going west at 200 South. So the properties to the north, kitty corner, touching on the corner there is the light industrial, as well as the property immediately to the east is light industrial. This property has recently is being served by the Central Iron County Water Conservancy District. They ran a line from Iron Springs Road down what is being called Silver Hills Parkway, which is this road right here coming off of Highway 56, coming down here. So they brought that road. That road was dedicated several years ago. They ran a water line in that, and then ran water line down through this development over into these lots and to this subdivision. And so this property has central water from the Conservancy District available to it. This is the Cedar City future land use plan, so it is within their annexation expansion boundary. They're proposing that land would be in the future. From when they did this plan back in 2012, the land use expectations were to be residential, low density, what they called the low density and the rural estate zones, which allowed for 2 to 4 units per acre. And since that time, we've rezoned the commercial or the industrial down at the bottom and up above it. And I would only say, in light of this, and the reason that I bring these up and look at when they're within an annexation policy plan, is we do try to coordinate with the cities. And what happened was when this proposal for this property right here was developed on the Cedar Hills Parkway, we went to the city and asked them to annex that property and consider annexation of that before it could be developed in the county and subdivided and rezoned. And we did a subdivision for the road dedication subdivision, and they got a rejection letter from the city because the city said we cannot serve that area currently. We do not have infrastructure over there. We don't have water or sewer. Conservancy District has water. It's really better served in the county. And that's all since their general plan. And so I expect that when they amend this general plan, that it will reflect a lot of different use out there, and it will be more oriented to light industrial and business park in light of the fact that this is within the inland port area, develop what they call it, opportunity zone for the inland port. This property is included in that, as well as the Silver Hills Parkway project, and on the north side going into the BZI Innovation Park. It was all part of that inland port opportunity zone. And so it is being planned and used, and its future is light industrial. And so even though that's not what their plan showed, that's what the future is going to be. This is just the county's transportation plan for showing 2,200 south along the bottom of this property and going up the east side on 6,900 west, on the west side, showing that master plan road that would connect those developments up through that. And in fact, we're in the process right now of considering a road dedication subdivision for the rest of that 200 south, so that it can go clear over before where it would turn and go north at 6,900 north. So infrastructure is all going in there, and that's just why I wanted to point out is that for light industrial, it does have the infrastructure that is going to be required. Probably the only caveat and consideration, and we'll evaluate it a little more closely when we get a subdivision proposal, is the use of this property for a septic or sewer. The proposed use is to consider light industrial for 5+ acre lots if they stay on sewer or stay on septic, but they are right on the threshold, depending on how large the development is, of having to bring sewer into this area. Sewer is just to the north along out of the Innovation Park, and part of the question is when that will be available and what the distance is and how we bring that line and how many units they develop as to whether or not they would need to run sewer. You're aware that our ordinance requires that when a subdivision is within 150 feet times the number of lots in the subdivision to available sewer, they have to bring that sewer. to that development. So we're trying to now evaluate what is available sewer, meaning when will it be available, when the new line will be put in Iron Springs Road. If Iron Springs gets done, Cedar City will want to put a new sewer line in there, which will make it closer. And does that mean that it's available if there's a pipe in the ground and it's not hooked to the lift station and it doesn't serve yet? So we're working through all that. Needless to say, sewer-wise, they're either going to tie to the system or they'll be on 5-acre septic, which is still an approved.
Wouldn't it almost be better for them to take all the money they would spend on septic systems and put it towards running a line for something this big?
We all agree to that. The challenge is as a developer, they're not spending the money on those septic systems. Right. It's the individual properties when they come to build, and so it's not out of their
they have to
pocket like it
recoup.
would be now if they brought sewer. So they recognize the need and the interest and the advantage to that, but it's also dollars and cents. And you know, we've talked a lot about whether they
same
should
thing
be making any
Monte
money or
Vista's
not.
going through, and Monte Vista and Buena Vista.
Then they could all connect as well.
All connect now, but they
benefit
put all this
to
money into septic
everybody
systems and
kumbaya and all that. You know, it would be a wonderful day, but we will follow the rules as we can. So I just wanted to point that out.
I guess if they sold them all at once, it might be feasible, but they're not going to.
All right. Any questions about that request?
I guess couldn't they do a bond, and would the city allow them to hook onto the sewer system or get to it, and then they sell those properties?
Financing of how they fund that sewer there are different options for them to do that.
I guess they took a long time to sell.
It's just a matter of money and how they come up with it, because the bond still has to be repaid, and how do they do that, and who pays for it, and how is that collected? So
that's out in the
yes,
weeds.
it could be done that way, but again, it's an expense to them. So.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and open our public hearing with agenda item number 5. If there's anybody who'd like to speak to this issue. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and Reed, you can.
You know, I had these slides up, and in all cases, just a reminder, since we had talked about those previously on other items that had already been here, I just kind of blew past them. But these are the evaluation criteria that we look at when we rezone. You know, all the things we've just been talking about: water availability, sewer availability, all the infrastructure, the transportation corridors, you know, drainage, how they can accommodate all that. What we're looking for on the zone change level, as we've mentioned previously, is feasibility. You know, those things aren't in place, but is it feasible to get them? Some of them are in place, some of them are not. How feasible is it for them to do it? And if it's not feasible to have that type of development, just like we were talking about for the R4K, if sewer weren't there, you know, and central water wasn't there, we would say absolutely no to that. It doesn't make sense to rezone that property that can't develop under the rules of that zone and the densities that are provided. And same here. We wouldn't really be looking at this as a rezone if the infrastructure couldn't be provided. And sometimes we say, well, we shouldn't approve it until all the infrastructure's there. We know that the development is what brings the infrastructure. So we're looking at feasibility, that they can bring it, and it's a condition of development. So it's a condition of subdivision, and we look at that as saying, is it feasible to do that? And so that's why I bring this list up and remind us that we do go through those with in our evaluation of each of those properties, and can discuss those at your discretion as well if you have particular questions about any of those. Otherwise, I think the Planning Commission recommended approval on this, and answer any more questions, or we're ready for action.
Any discussion?
No.
I'll entertain a motion.
I would make a motion to approve the proposed zone change from agriculture 20 acre to light and industrial for approximately 269.28 acres within the items listed on the agenda, within the sections listed on the agenda.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. Number 6, discussion and possible approval of ordinance 2025-3, public hearing held previously. A vacation of any public roads, easements, or right-of-way located on a 1.8 acre parcel addressed as 487 East City View Drive and a .753 acre parcel addressed as 539 East City View Drive, Parowan, Utah. And the description in the agenda, this is applicants are the Hasmeyers and Lefevers. And Reed, would you talk about this?
Yes. You'll recall this being on the agenda a month ago, at the January 13th meeting where we held the public hearing and took input and consideration of this and was asked to come back with an ordinance. And since that time, Rich has worked with Watson Engineering to prepare a legal description for the center line of as best identifiable by aerial surveys and history of what we could see of where that actual right-of-way was. And so the consideration at that time and what their applicant had requested was the vacation of all easements on their property. And as we talked about last time, several problems exist with those other easements, that those are not public right-of-ways that we can vacate. Those are private easements that were given to properties to the east of that across this property. And so I think we already know where we're talking about, but this is the ordinance simply vacates the blue section across this property. So the yellow are the two lots that have this road going across them. And in the evaluation of these other considerations, let me this doesn't show up very well, but you can see the lots at the bottom, and there's an easement that goes up. And across this survey, it shows the easement going up the west side of the property and across the north, across to the property that the easement was actually granted to on the far east side, below the diagonal line where that hatched area is. And since then, there's been a lot line adjustment that changed the configuration of that, but that easement was never vacated or terminated. And so the easement is a private easement that provides access up the west side of the Hasmeyer property and across the north end of all of those properties to provide access to those properties. We don't have the ability to vacate those because they weren't granted to us. We have no public interest in those, and they have nothing to do with us. The county does have interest in an easement that is a 33-foot easement, 15 feet on the west side of the Hasmeyer property and 15 feet on the county side that runs an easement up through that was granted prior many years ago to that. And the county has no interest in vacating that because we may need that for access for the future as things evolve in the reconfiguration of that entryway and the road going through there, and as the property to the east, if Parowan annexes it or that's developed, and the north of these properties, that would all be a consideration. And so until that time, it was felt that it would not be in the best interest. Some of these are just showing the old deeds and the old easements. There's been a lot of research done on that to determine what those are. This is the survey from Watson Engineering establishing the center line of that road. We don't know what the width of that right-of-way is, and what we're saying is we're simply vacating any interest that the county has in that road, center lined as follows, regardless of how wide it was, whether it was 20 feet or 50 feet. Any public interest that the county had, we no longer have an interest in that. We have other ways to access the property to the north. We own the property to the west. We can go up that side. We have an easement along that side. And it doesn't serve anybody currently. It hasn't served anybody for a long time. It hasn't been used. It's been fenced off on both sides for many years and has no public interest that we could determine, and that's the discussion that we had last time. This is not something that the Planning Commission has had anything to do with. This is simply a vacation. It's been advertised 4 weeks in the paper. We went through all that last time of the different ordinances that require 10 days and 4 weeks and all that. We met the highest standard on that. And so I didn't know whether you had any interest in taking additional input or not, because we had not advertised for a public hearing for this. But, you've always been good to take concerns or anything else that, if anybody wanted, and I thought at least provide that opportunity if you wanted to.
Is there anyone in here like to speak to this issue? No? Okay.
Okay. So, again, these are the state regulations about noticing requirements and how to handle a petition, and the result is in the outlined part here is that the legislative body may adopt an ordinance granting a petition to vacate some or all of a public street or county utility easement if the legislative body finds that good cause exists for the vacation and neither the public interest nor any person will be materially injured by the vacation. And as we talked about it last time, we felt that we could meet that standard and that we weren't aware of anybody, how they would be injured. We've not heard from anybody on how they would be, any harm would come by the vacation of this. So I think we're ready for action.
And I would encourage the commissioners, if you go to make a motion, the verbiage on the agenda item is rather broad, because we talk about public roads, easements, rights of way, but the ordinance itself is just the roadway.
City View Drive,
Yeah.
Particular.
specific to the survey center line of that
You've
right
got that written.
Yep.
Sorry.
And I was going to make that a similar clarification that our ordinance is specific to the public road by use only. And if there was any question, this does not impact other utility easements or private easements, just the public interest in City View Drive.
So just use the language that's on the screen, basically.
That would be sufficient based on what's written in the ordinance.
The ordinance,
but
the heading in the ordinance, I think.
For the minutes and the clarification that may be sought later if there was any question, we just wanted to make that clear.
Okay. All right, well,
me?
I'll entertain a motion.
I don't remember who it is.
It's number 6. I think it's me.
Okay, good.
I'd make a motion to approve ordinance of 2025-3, a vacation of any public roads, not easements, or right of way located on 1.8 acre parcel, as contained in the agenda.
Also read this on the screen.
Yeah, I think, you know.
Vacate. Okay. An ordinance of Iron County, Utah, vacating the county's interest in a portion of the City View Drive, a public road by use across 2 parcels, C-093-0001-0000 and C-093-0008-0000.
That was 0933-0008. You just missed the last 2 on
I
that.
missed
Just
the
for the
last.
record.
Sorry.
There's a lot of zeros.
My eyes were crossing with all the zeros.
Okay. Is
That's sufficient?
Is that sufficient, Sammy?
You can back me up on that?
Yes.
All right.
I will second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to vacate the road. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you.
Just for
that.
public benefit, I will mention that road then, because it's been vacated, the ownership interest, and there's a statement in the ordinance, I assume you're okay with that, Sam, is I just put in there that the ownership of that property does default to the owners of those lots. So there's not any question as to actually, we're vacating our interest in that road, but ownership still will remain with those property owners.
That's part of state statute.
As by state statute, normally it's split. Each will go to half property where the center
Right.
line, but since it's entirely within their properties on both sides,
It just
the entire
absorb
vacation would
it.
Commissioner,
the ownership interest is given to them.
Sorry.
Gotcha.
Dan Jessen has a thing at 1, and he's hoping maybe we could do items 9 and 10
Sure.
now.
We can do that. You bet. Is there anybody in here who want to make a public comment? You did. Can you wait? Wait. Dan?
Okay.
Why don't you come on up? Let's do, so 9 and 10 are Dan's items?
Just
10?
9's related to Parowan City, but we're happy to watch.
If you got something at 1, you're welcome to come up and take care of what you need to take care of, Dan. Yeah, let's do 10.
Nine's a annexation into the city, which
Oh, I apologize.
and 10 is an interlocal agreement with the
Okay.
city.
So 10, review and possible approval of interlocal agreement covering or governing the use of the Iron County Justice Court by Parowan City.
Yes. So this is something that the city's been considering for a couple of years now. It's going to be on our city council agenda, the same item. State law allows cities and counties to do an interlocal agreement on justice courts. And I want to be very clear with how I speak about this, because we're not considering getting rid of the Parowan City Justice Court. What we're doing is we're considering doing an interlocal agreement like Bryan had Enoch City and Cedar City does with the Iron County Court, Justice Court. And so basically what that would look like is the Parowan City Justice Court would still exist. It's just that you guys would handle our caseload and take care of that in exchange for the fee structure being similar to what it has been for those other cities. I think the
525 or something.
Yeah, 75-25. And in some cases it's 50-50 and different things like that. I think the county, in speaking with Lori, who runs the Justice Court, and with Sam and those that have looked at it, I'd like to move to a model like this agreement that we're entertaining, which 70% of the fee revenue would go to the county, and the county would handle prosecution, defense, and all of the other fees, like just everything to run the court.
Email John.
And so if the county approves it and the city approves it, it still has to go to the state AOC through what they call their judicial committee for approval. And they have by statute a 6-month window that they can require for the transition. We would probably ask them to shorten that to start this on July 1st if it's approved by both entities, well, all 3 entities. So at that point, we would just contract with you guys for that. If at any time in the future, either the city or the county wanted to terminate that contract, the court would just be then again operated by Parowan City. Just for those that are wondering about this, approximately 95% of the cases that go through our court are from the defendants are from not only out of the city, but out of the state. It's a lot of traffic tickets is the majority of it. We currently operate the court at a loss. We have to subsidize it. So it takes up a lot of valuable space inside the building, plus its primary purpose is to do traffic for people that don't even live here, and we're subsidizing that. So in talking with Lori, she said that she can absorb this about 600 cases a year without any need to expand the Iron County Justice Court operation. She said we wouldn't really even notice an extra 600 cases. So that's basically what we're talking about.
Yeah, Lori talked to me about this last week, and sounds good. And your judge what happened to your judge?
Our judge has to be, you cannot do a RIF or a reduction of force on a sitting judge, so he would be in place through the end of 26, which is the end of his term. The city would entertain some sort of a buyout option, but it would be up to him if he wanted to sit there. We pay him very, very little. It's a part-time job. It's still in the best interest of the city, should the city council decide to also do this.
Even with that.
Right. So that's what we're considering.
Okay.
And who knows, that the county might want to engage in some sort of a contract with him to be a backup judge or something like that, since he is a judge through the end of 26.
That was my question.
And I said, is there any way that we could have, we're paying him, could he come in and do, like clean the floors or something like that? And they said, no, they can't do that. You can't have him be your janitor or city planner, or he could take my job or something. But no, you have to use him in that capacity only.
All right. Any discussion?
So the real question is whether the city council will approve this, but obviously you guys have to absorb it.
So our motion needs to be contingent on the city council's decision.
Yeah.
So okay.
Otherwise, well, it doesn't have to be
contingent, but
if they don't approve it, it won't move forward.
Just won't move
right forward. So it'll be on our city council this Thursday for a debate.
Okay.
All right. Before I make a motion, I'll just make a disclosure that I'm employed by Parowan City. But this I don't believe has any conflict, or I don't have any interest in this. I guess my.
How many pending cases?
I don't have.
Judge?
No, is that appropriate, boss? My boss is at the pulpit.
One thing to recognize is that recently, 4 years ago, Parowan City approached the county about a realignment of the jurisdiction of I-15, and actually it was expanded to go from Summit exit, I believe, to the Paraguna exit.
I think so.
So, of course, that would roll back in. So there will be some additional revenues coming into the county to offset the impact is what I'm getting at.
Chad said that we're good to go on the justice court side as well as for prosecution. It contemplates in our interlocal that we'll be doing the prosecuting like we do with the other Iron County Justice Court cases. And then the public defender contract is also kind of looped into that. Whatever we use for public defense in the justice court would absorb these cases as well. So
and one thing I got to say, because we collectively have had a couple times the citizenry of Parowan get a misunderstanding about the courthouse and the being moved. This would not move the courthouse. This would not move the county seat. Remember how we've had a few of those fires get. So this wouldn't be any of that. Nor would the Parowan City Justice Court cease to exist. It would still exist, which we have Councilman Burton here wants to say it is one of the oldest justice courts in the state, and it would still exist, and we could reclaim it if we wanted to operate it again. So,
okay, all right. I'll move for approval of the interlocal agreement governing the use of the Iron County Justice Court by Parowan City.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thanks, Dan. Let's go back to public comments. And if you could please state your name and yes.
Could we do
9? Yeah. Are you in a hurry?
Yeah, we got that recharge meeting.
Oh yeah. Let's go ahead and we'll do that for you. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, we can do that.
You need the screen again, Reed?
Yes, please. This is a matter that the county has to consider to grant consent for the annexation because it leaves an island of unincorporated area that doesn't currently exist. There is a provision in the state law that allows for the annexation of property if it exists in a current peninsula or island, if it is filling in that peninsula or island, and they can do without county consent. But as we evaluated this proposal, as you see by the map, and this is where we're talking about, so just off of the end of Parowan here, off of Holyoke Lane out on the west end, north of the 200 south there, the property in yellow is the property that's being proposed for annexation. And it would create the in yellow there, the same property with the red now becoming an island. When this property was annexed right here, a couple of years ago, we agreed to that annexation because it left this peninsula. So this was open and this was all unannexed property. And so this was a peninsula of unannexed or unincorporated land. But we agreed to that because we recognized that there's nothing occurring on any of those properties in the unincorporated area for which the county would be thwarted from providing services or diminish our ability in any way to do what we're doing with those properties, which is nothing. We have no one developed there, no services are provided there. There is some little bit of development on the east end there where the properties where they live and they access off of, is that 600 West? Yeah. 600 West, and they come in. Fred Orton and others have some property there, but they come in off of 600 in the city now. And so there's nothing in that area right now that would prohibit the county from continuing to do what they're currently doing. And so as the Planning Commission reviewed this, their recommendation was that we consent to the annexation and recognize that the creation of that new island is something that will then just, as development would occur, would have to annex into the city to get any services. County doesn't have anything there. Then no water systems or no sewer systems, anything that the county has, and the county doesn't have access to any of that property from the county. It's all through the city, and so we recognize that those are going to be future city properties at the time they're ready to develop, and there's no reason not to allow this annexation to continue along the north side there and create this island that staff or the Planning Commission could see. This does not require a public hearing. This is simply your evaluation and consent for the annexation. This is just some of the criteria that you look at, and the eligibility is the number A at the top there, as to what that criteria is. And then these are just summarized off of that big worksheet that we go through every time we consider an annexation. It really has to do with, first eligibility, but houses accessed, what roads there are into it, what services are being provided, what impacts remain to the properties through the annexation. Are they going to get anything out of it? Are those properties going to get services? And it only enhances when that property to the north is developed. It'll only enhance the ability for that property to develop in the future, either in the county or the city. So we didn't feel there was a downside to that. Parowan, I think, is now in a better position to annex without the hindrances that they used to have, requiring water. People can come in and their water is developed and required at the time that they develop rather than at the time they annex, which is a hindrance to annexation and filling in some of these peninsulas and islands. So all said, we think it's in the best interest of the county to consent to the annexation into Parowan City.
Okay.
And the owner of the property, Larry Pendleton, is here. He can address any questions if you have specific other
Have any comments,
things
Larry?
we have not covered.
Okay. All right. And so any discussion?
No.
If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve the proposed annexation into Parowan City, creating
I think the wording should be grant consent. Parowan City will actually approve the annexation. We simply grant consent to that annexation.
Parowan City for that annexation of unincorporated property listed in the agenda.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. Thanks, Larry.
Thanks.
Dan, thank you. Okay. Now we'll go to public comment.
Now that most of my audience is gone.
Where have you been?
He's been impatiently waiting in the back.
No, where have you been? I haven't seen you for months.
The reason is because I got frustrated because the things that I was trying to have you address never got addressed. So I've got questions for you today.
Okay.
Could you tell us your name?
I did.
Mr. Presgrove. Oh, sorry.
Bill Presgrove.
Thank you.
William Presgrove. William L. Presgrove.
Got it.
Not to confuse you with my son, William D. Presgrove. My question is this. As an individual, you were talking about some individuals that had property and the people wanted them to do, you told them that these people could do with their property what they wanted to. Is that correct?
I said that if they own property, they own the water to sell the property to develop, yes, they have that right.
Okay. Do I have right to tell them that they have to do that? Do they have the right to tell that individual that he has to sell the property or what he can or can't do with his property?
This isn't a back and forth. This is a you make your comment. We
The
say
answer to
thank
that-
you, and if you want to put it on the agenda, Bill, later, we can address it in the agenda. So you can make your statement, and then we can go from there.
My statement is this. It's hypocritical for you to tell us that you can't do something or the people can't force somebody to do something with their property, which they cannot because they don't have the authority to do it. I don't have the authority to do it. I cannot delegate that authority to you because I don't have that authority. Therefore, you cannot do things that we cannot do as individuals, with the exception of things that we delegate like infrastructure and things like that, because we have the authority to delegate that. But what people do with their property, we can't delegate that because we have no authority over their property. Nobody in the county has authority over his neighbor's property or any other property in this county. Therefore, the people way back when that put in into effect the table of uses usurped authority that the county individuals could not give to them to put that table of uses together. And it is so arbitrary the way it is done now because you can't enforce 3/4 of what you've got on the table of uses. And if you do enforce it on one individual, then you're putting yourself in a position of being liable for selective prosecution on that individual because you're not doing it to everybody else. A good example is junkyards. It's supposed to be in a commercial area, but we got a junkyard that's been there since before I got here in 2011, just south of Hamilton Fort. Those trucks and combines and stuff have been out there in a junkyard, and county doesn't say anything about it. But then, if they wanted to come after me for having a snowmobile that's junk on my property, then they shouldn't be able to do it because they can't do it without selective prosecution. The table of uses is a way to usurp authority that has never been given to the county by the individuals. Way back when they put together the table of uses and stuff, nobody came and said, you can't do that. Because it was something new. But the fact that the county commission cannot do anything to anybody's property that the other individuals that live around them or whatever in the county can't do. Because that violates the trust that the individuals in the county have to have the commission adjudicate, more or less, the things that happen on a person's property. So I adjure you to take a look at the legality according to the Utah Constitution, which gives me inalienable rights to acquire, possess, and protect my property, to validate or invalidate the things that are in the table of uses that violate my rights to do with my property as I see fit. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Okay, any other public comments? Seeing none, we'll go to item number 8, discussion and possible approval of a telecommunication franchise agreement between Iron County, Utah and Fifth Street, George?
It's FIF St. George.
FIF St. George? Okay, thank you.
Brandon with InfoWest. I was here a few months ago, and we were talking about a franchise, and then we kind of stopped at one question, and it was, do we pay for permits as a franchise holder in the county if we do any work? Are we going to be paying for that, or are we not? And I don't know if it was Jonathan. Somebody mentioned, hey, can we take some time and get those questions answered? I'm just wondering if you guys were able to look into that and see what you guys wanted to do with that. Now, with our franchises, with every city and county, we pay the permits. We don't ever get excluded from that unless we're doing something for the county or a city. They'll waive those fees. But normally, if we're going to do some work, we're going to pay the fees. And there's nothing in this contract that says we don't have to if we get with you guys or something. Like we will pay all the fees like normal. So I know that was one of your main questions, and we stopped there.
Sam, have you looked at this?
I've looked at the franchise agreement. I don't think we had any conversation specifically about whether or not they'll be paying.
Sam, could you speak into the mic? I'm sorry.
I have not looked into that specific issue. I looked at the franchise agreement. It's okay, but I don't know. He's representing then that you typically wouldn't pay encroachment fees, or
we normally do. Yes, someone brought up a question that they thought that maybe the other franchise holders didn't have to. I don't know who brought it up. One of the commissioners here, but we usually pay for them. So that was just one of the questions that came up, and we stopped right there. So
I know that was a stopping point. But Rich, did you have any lingering concerns?
I'm sorry, I don't remember this.
I remember the discussion, but I don't remember the specific question.
So Sam, we talked about franchises.
Yes.
A few months ago, and whether we could have a franchise. And we looked into the state law, and there was I'm not sure if we're talking about the exact same issue, but there seemed like the state law had said, yes, if you have franchise fees in place as of this date, but you can't create them after that date. Am I wrong in what our discussion?
I recall your question about that. I have no idea what we concluded.
So we'd have to look further into it. We currently do have encroachment permit fees, and we charge those. So.
And I don't think InfoWest is asking to be exempted.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, to everyone. Yes,
Yeah,
thank you.
and that's exactly I think we talked about last time was were we exempt from that, which we normally aren't. We usually pay the fees, so there was no worry with that. So,
Sam, do you feel like we need to clarify that point then?
Yes. If we can do a quick turnaround to just add this to the next agenda, we'll be ready next time.
Apologize. Yeah.
You okay with that? So I can
that
mention
is totally good. No
sorry.
problem. I just
I'm a little
said I'll come-
flat-footed on this one. I didn't get a chance to read through the updated agreement, so.
You're all good. No
Yeah.
problem.
Okay.
So
Yeah, we'll have these guys review it
Okay.
and the legality of it and put it back on the agenda.
yeah, I wasn't expecting an answer. I was just coming back just to kind of follow up and see where we wanted to go with that. So thank
Okay.
you so much.
Thank you very much for coming.
I'm glad you did.
I don't want to be flippant, but we'll take your money.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody else does too. We'll do it. Thank you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you.
You.
So do we need a motion to table this till next meeting?
I'll just move to. I'll move to table number 8 till our next meeting.
Second that.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Number 11, discussion and possible approval to hire Elliott Group as a contractor to develop the Iron County Fairgrounds 25-year plan.
So there's a small correction, and I made that same mistake, and we don't know because it's Elliott Work Group. That's their name. It's real easy to do. You expect to.
Elliott Work Group?
Yes.
Okay.
So they are Elliott Work Group. So as we put out an RFP back in October and late October, early November, and worked through some difficulties that arose, we received 4 proposals, and they ranged in costs from this proposal to $250,000. And the goal of this was to come up with a layout plan for the fairgrounds before we just start putting structures up and find out, man, I wish we hadn't put that there. It's in the way of future expansion. So Elliott Work Group has done work down here in Iron County. In fact, they're doing some work for Bryan Head right now. And they have put forward a proposal to develop a 25-year master plan, which will lay out how the fairgrounds can look in the property that we own in a way that will create traffic flow, foot traffic flow, and accommodate many functions, which I think we discussed before. So where we're at with this, and I asked Jamie to come in, and if she wants to speak to their struggles out there at the fairgrounds, you can ask her questions. We were looking at building a building last year, and it was suggested, well, maybe before we build it, we ought to find out where it might best serve us now and future uses. So we put out this request for proposals. We received 4 very good requests, and then we analyzed those. We chose the Elliott Work Group, and then we got their fee sheet as well. We had budgeted, I just want to remind the commissioners, a $50,000 budget for this project. Well, this is $8,000 more than that. But I'd hate to kill a project. I mean, if it was significantly more, and I'm not saying $8,000 isn't significant, but $250,000 is significant, and that was one of the proposals. So, all right. Do you
Did
have
Elliott
any
have
questions?
2 T's on it, or?
Yes.
Okay, we just need to correct that misspell.
Oh no,
That's
correct.
That is correct.
Yeah,
It's just the Elliott Work Group.
It's
Elliott with 1 T, Work Group.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Jamie, did you want to add?
Oh, no, there's 2 T's.
Oh, I apologize.
Okay. Elliott usually does have 2 T's.
It does, and that's why I said it first, and I looked down and figured it was written properly here. There we go.
Okay. Jamie, do you have anything to add?
You know, as we were
Jamie, could you come up to the microphone? Sorry.
As we were talking about building the indoor arena and all of that and looking out there, it just really would make sense to go through and make a plan, you know, so that we have a good traffic flow. Right now we've got where the arena is and then you go into the exhibit building, but we have a lot of area in the back behind the horse stalls that's kind of, I wouldn't for say dead space, but it is dead space to the public, you know. And so in order to get that flow just right, we really feel like we would like to have a master plan done up and make sure that when we do put these buildings in that we're flowing right. We're flowing good with the traffic. We've got the carnival in the right spot. We've got, you know, so it's more of a flow and more cohesive when people come and visit the fairgrounds.
Right now, the flow is almost back and forth. They're passing themselves. There's no circular path. In the proposal, I asked for a whole list of things to consider: restroom locations, playground location, stalls, perhaps even a concert location, and maybe we should consider how the arena would look. And that's not all stuff we're going to do right now. But if we have a vision of its potential, then we can start to pick priorities. But we already knew that we had a priority. And but is that the right location for that priority, or are we blocking traffic flow with it? And so we wanted to address all that before we just started putting another permanent structure down.
I think that's important. I mean, I would be in agreement with that extra $8,000. I mean, that's a small price to pay for planning when we're looking, you know, at $1 million investments moving forward. So I think that's way important.
I agree.
I agree. Got to get it in the right spot the first time.
Can I make a statement about that? As the RFP was developed and as we evaluated the potential contractors, one of the things that Elliott provided, and what we will do is have a work group and a public process so that we can work through ideas and coordinate with Parowan City. They have interest in some of their streets coming in and serving their park, and this would be a collaborative effort with them, and having a work group with everybody that's involved with it and has some aspect of it, that, you know, the rodeo people, and just bringing in all of the right players to say this is what this can do and what the vision could be, and the elected officials, and being representative of the public, trying to come up with the best vision and plan going forward with priorities, cost estimates, the things that they can provide. This is a landscape architect group primarily, and so they can make everything look pretty, but then they also have engineering that can deal with the infrastructure, the design, and so I think it's a pretty good bang for the buck from their proposal and their personnel and their background. I think it can provide a good product.
What I just heard you say is we can send that $8,000 bill to Parowan.
I don't think I heard anybody say that.
Oh, they're not here to defend
I say they
themselves.
left.
I think they left, but they were
still there.
happy to
Well,
donate
and
it.
that also goes with, you know, with that new subdivision that's coming out there. Before, we just had to kind of deal with Parowan City being on this side of, you know, the west side of the fairgrounds, and now we'll have houses
Be surrounded.
both sides of the fairgrounds, so we'll have traffic coming from both sides now.
Right. Okay. All right. I'll entertain a motion.
Which one is that?
Number 11.
11. Make a motion to approve to hire Elliott Work Group as a contractor to develop the Iron County Fairgrounds 25-year plan.
And would you mention the amount, please?
For
motion.
$58,000.
Yeah.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Appreciate it. Personnel. Jennifer.
Thank you. In the fleet department, Cody Murray was selected from the most recent interview and selection process to fill the newly approved full-time fleet mechanic position effective February 18th, 2025. In the assessor's office, Christopher Dolan was selected from the most recent competitive selection process to backfill the vacant full-time residential appraisal position effective February 3rd, 2025. And then number 3 on the calendar, I'm requesting to strike that item for now. In the Sheriff's Office Patrol, Creek Carter was selected from the internal posting and interview process to receive a promotion from a Deputy 2 to a Corporal, backfill from a vacant position, effective February 16th, 2025. And Anna Teeples has completed all requirements to receive a promotion from a Deputy 2 to a Deputy 3, status effective February 16th, 2025. And then I'll wait to go on to the next one.
Okay.
The next one's a presentation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I'll entertain a motion for that.
I'll approve. I will move to approve personnel items 1 through 4, striking 4C for a minute, as described.
And striking 3A.
And striking 3A.
Yeah, striking 3A.
Okay.
Second that motion.
It's been moved and seconded as described. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And for the next item on the calendar, we've been working together to gather figures, and I'll turn the time over to Sheriff Carpenter and Lieutenant Peterson to present the needs of their office for the FTO and corporal status.
It's a sexy new outfit, Sean. You look real nice.
Thank you.
Real nice.
Well, good afternoon. We want to talk a little bit about increasing our corporal positions to three additional corporals. We talked about this about 5 years ago and shelved it at that time. But I think that the time has come for us to take another look at it. And I'm going to go ahead and turn the time over to our newly promoted Lieutenant, Sean Peterson, as he resurrected this and brought it back and has a lot of, I believe, great talking points, and we'll be able to address the fiscal impact as well. So we'll turn it over to Sean for a minute.
All right. So the first thing that the reason that I wanted to bring this forward is when we go into, we're putting more on our sergeants to do more administrative duties throughout the day, which removes them from the field. I believe we owe it to the community and to our deputies to have leadership out in the field with them. And currently, where we only have 1 sergeant and 1 corporal per patrol crew, that just isn't feasible all the time. So by creating these new positions, we'll be able to have that supervision that we need in the field, and the sergeants be able to focus on their administrative tasks throughout the day. With this proposal, we'll be looking at moving our patrol corporals to working where they're on a day shift and a grave shift, and the sergeant will be working and overlapping between the two. So any information that needs to be pushed down will be able to go from the sergeant to each corporal, and giving us that 24-hour coverage. The third position that the sheriff's talked about is putting a corporal position up in the Iron Garfield Beaver Narcotics Task Force. Currently, we just have an agent there, and with your guys' approval with our budget, we added that second agent position within there. This would just be putting a corporal up there to represent the best interests of the county and the sheriff's office, to make sure that the actions that they're doing fall in line with the standards of our office. As far as financial considerations, last year we spent about $76,000 in OIC pay. So if you're not familiar with it, when there's not a sergeant or corporal on, the senior deputy takes on the officer in charge role or the OIC role. We spent $76,000 there. Whereas with these figures that working with HR that we've been able to put together come shy of just $15,000 by creating these positions in wages and benefits. So it's a way for us to save some money.
You're promoting existing into
Yes,
these
this would be, so these aren't 3 additional positions. Basically, we'd be taking Deputy 3 positions and turning those into corporal positions. So just that 5% bump, and then their benefits that come with that.
I see.
So it's not adding manpower, it's just creating promotion opportunities. What questions do you gentlemen have?
Are you nuts? Oh, God, just...
Yeah.
No, strike that from the record, John. That was an outburst.
All caps.
Let me just
underline.
Let me just clarify one thing too. Is You know, when we talk about the OICs and the OIC pay, and Sean was talking about the most senior deputy that's on duty. Well, 2 o'clock in the morning, those could be our 2 newest deputies. And so now you've got an OIC that has just a few months on duty and really aren't prepared to be able to make the types of decisions that they may have to make. So this is one of the things that we think is so critical is the leadership in the field, is making sure that instead of having a more senior deputy that's still very junior, is having leadership out there that has, several years of experience and is prepared to be able to make those decisions. And that's part of the reason this is so important to us.
Sheriff, what's the OIC differential?
Do you know what it is? I'm not sure. Is it 5%? So it's so it's 5%.
5% during those hours worked.
During those hours.
And last year it amounted to 76,000.
Yeah, between 74,000, 76,000. And there will still be some OIC differential, but it's going to be drastically reduced. The only time that we'd be using an OIC then is if we have somebody that's out on sick leave, vacation leave, or gone for training. Otherwise, we'll always have a more senior, corporal that's on duty.
So, who all gets OIC? Like
whoever the deputy is that's running the show
but
for
not
those
a corporal
hours.
or sergeant.
No.
I would it's a good clarification.
So for a corporal and a sergeant, that is their
part of their job.
So you'll make sure you have a corporal on duty 24 hours a day.
Yes, sir.
To make those decisions.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it is. It's just like
Three
that pyramid.
8-hour shifts, right?
Well, we've split them into 2 12-hour shifts.
Oh, okay. All right.
So basically, OIC is when a deputy has to step up and be in charge of the
Correct.
whole county, basically.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah.
And it relieves the burden on our existing corporals and sergeants because during, say, 2 o'clock in the morning, we have an OIC on, it's a delegation of authority to that senior deputy. But now he's having to call and wake that sergeant up because he needs approval or authority to make a certain decision, or he is unsure of what he's doing. And now we're paying to that sergeant at that time. So we just keep adding up the costs. Whereas if we have somebody that is assigned that role to make those decisions, it's going to save us in the long run and get the decisions made immediately.
And from your perspective, it allows you to manage the situation better anyway.
Any questions at all?
Sounds clear to me.
I think this is critical. This makes sense. I could weigh in way further, but I see nodding heads. No, this is a really good thing. I think it.
An emotion.
On the other hand, it even alleviates a lot of liability out in the field. Especially, I like the corporal headed to the task force. I think that just resolves a lot of liability issues. And this is a really good thing. So I'm going to move to approve agenda item number C, request for approval of the FTO corporal restructure by the sheriff and Lieutenant Peterson, as stated.
Second that motion.
Moved and seconded on under personnel, agenda item 4, number C. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Sheriff. Lieutenant. Thank you.
Hey, I have a board issue.
Oh, no.
It's going to be quick. Or have you got that up, John?
I can pull it up.
I texted you, John. I texted you a while back.
You texted me? Well, let's see if I got it up.
Oh, so this will be on the Iron County Economic Development Advisory Board.
All right.
We've talked about this, but it's come to fruition.
Fruitation?
That one. Okay. I'm going to go through first of all, let me do this first. I'm going to ask for approval of Amy Graff, and it's AMIE, GRAFF, as a representative workforce development. And
Maybe make sure you forward it to me.
also James Molyneux. I believe he's a representative of Southwest Tech. Be added. Be approved.
Second that.
Mullenaux.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to add those names that Mike described. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, now can we just go through the constitution of the board really quick, just to make sure that it jives, because it's not going to
Jeannie, you got
jive.
those names? Jeannie,
So you know what?
Did you get those names? Okay.
So the board is now constituted after that approval. Mike Blake, Molly Halterman, Amy Graff, Spencer Jones, Brent Drew, Joni Anderson, Brent Hauser, James Molyneux, Jeffrey Chestnut, Ron Riddle, and Ben Johnson.
Okay.
Just for the record, but I've got an email here from them. I'll send it to John.
Send it to me, please, yeah.
And then you can, we can make those changes from what's on the board there.
Okay.
That's all I've got. And I will do that right now. Before I forget. Where is... Trish.
You just have to hit it twice. Oh, you got it.
Forward.
Mine, I have to.
All right. I forwarded that to you, John.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
That's all I've got.
See, did we have any other boards or closed session we need to do?
I don't think
That's
so.
That's all I've got.
I think we're good. Then
I think I'm caught up on boards now.
all right. Chair declares this meeting adjourned. Thank you.